Good evening, y'all. How are y'all doing today? Who do we got? Time, Josh, Keno, Deb, Anna Marie, Shift Kicker, Patrick Kelly, T Girl, Cindy, Joyful. It's good to see all y'all. I hope y'all had a good day. Yeah, it's just going down here too, Cindy. So last night, in all the antics that were going on, we forgot to pray. So I'm going to say a prayer now before it might get crazy. We never know. Time, thank you for making that a competition. I think it's allergies, Cindy, and it's been an emotional day. All right, prayer. Dear Lord, we come to you this evening with joyful hearts, thanking you for the blessings that you've given us, bringing us together for another evening, hopefully of learning something. We ask for your knowledge and guidance in everything we do. Father, I lift everyone up to you, all the channel creators, everyone in chat. We see each other all over the place, and we're fortunate to have this way to talk to each other throughout the day. Although my days have been busy and I have kind of missed everyone, and especially when I lift up Care, Kare. I'm hoping I say her name right. She keeps telling me yes. Death, Rescue, Kiss Off, Eric, T Girl. There's so many, Lord. You know all of them that are in need of prayer. I just ask you to give them the peace and healing that their bodies need. Give us all peace and healing at this time. It seems that every day they're throwing something else at us. We block Satan. We rebuke him. We bind him in the Holy Spirit. Stay out of our lives. Stop the deceiving. Stop the lies. We just have no use for him here. Give us the ability to stay positive, stand strong in your word, in whichever direction that you need us to go. We ask this in Jesus' name. Amen. Can I add one more little prayer to that? No, I can do that in private. My daughter's going through a really hard time. We take in rescues, and we have a dog. He's 16. We think. We don't know exactly how old he was when we got him. That's one thing about rescues. If you're rescuing him, there's not much history. And so he's had congestive heart failure. We've been giving him medicine for that for a couple of years. He's had a leg amputated. He's just really been through it, but he's had a good, happy life. And he went to the vet today, and we found out that he had had a stroke, and uh, he has a really bad infection in his mouth. So it's anytime. We've got him as comfortable as we can make him. Heating pad, trying to give him flavor liquids that he'll drink. Um, and blending up foods to be really soft. So I'm sure it hurts him to chew. He hasn't lost a lot of weight. I mean, we caught it early enough that he's just, he can't walk. His back legs are, he just can't use his back legs at all. And so he only has one front leg. So yeah, it's just hard. Our fur babies are family, just like the family. So, did I miss anything yet? Black Watch, you betting with the girls trying to take their money again? Well, if I can get these buttons to work. I'm having a little bit of trouble with these buttons. That link that NC Debs put, Billy Falcon, if you get a chance to listen to him, he's pretty, he seems to be pretty up and up. He's got some really good songs that he's put out. Um, he does Hold On, Sleeping Giant. That's a really good one. He's Christian, patriotic. Oh, he's trying to extort money. Okay. Black Watch, be good. Eric, we haven't seen you on panel in a while. I hope everything's okay. I know you've been taking care of your baby too, and the parents. We're kind of in the same boat there.
Hello, Bonnie.
Hello, Dorinda.
How are you today?
I'm good.
You don't sound good.
I need to shut down and go to bed.
And I'm sorry to hear about your dog.
Thank you. Hey, look who snuck in.
Restructured.
Yeah, sorry about the dog, Bonnie.
Bonnie's real country style rib
Thank
sandwich.
you.
Hello, Chuck.
Restructured.
Yeah, sorry about the dog. Oops, sorry, I'm being a dumbass.
You don't need the music. You got it? Okay. Boy, that was a whole lot of going on there.
Yeah, that was busy as hell, wasn't it?
And we could barely hear you.
Now or then?
Then.
I got to pick my mic up. My cat jumped earlier because he was out of treats and he knocked all the shit all over the place over here.
You're okay, man.
I've been out there closing the porch off because we're supposed to get freezing level. So I'm putting plastic around. I got one side. I didn't know if a corner and a side would do it or if I should completely close it in around at least the area where my plants are.
Yeah, that'd be a good idea.
I understand, Eric.
Yeah, I hope your parents are doing okay, Eric.
Hey,
Hello,
everybody.
Josh.
Hi, Josh.
Hey, Bonnie. What's up, everybody?
Not much. How are you doing?
We're hanging in there.
Good. So, Chuck, you've been moving plants around. Is that what you said?
Yeah, except a couple of them that's out in the yard. I need to bring them up. I moved everything on the porch because it's cluttered as hell. Because I set that up there where they're on the porch and stuff gets added. So I had to move it around to shift it over. And now I got to shift it again.
Hmm.
And I still got one of them huge ones out there that's got one lone cucumber plant in it.
Yeah. My jalapenos are definitely bell peppers. And 2 tomatoes have come off the vine so far.
What color are they?
The tomatoes,
Yeah.
they're a really light, I guess a really, really pale red. And I think they're the grape tomatoes. I think the grape tomatoes are a little longer than the cherry tomatoes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I got one on that one
Yeah.
where it's
So
still green looking, but it's weird looking. It's them ones I showed you, and it looks like a big acorn that's probably an inch or so long, and I don't think it's done yet. But I don't know. I saw others, but I've been jerking stuff around. At my luck, I probably knocked them off of it.
yeah.
Dollar General has 10 by 12 sheets of Mill 3 plastic. That's when I've got 2 rolls of it. So you might want to, if you got somewhere around, or if it's on your porch, tin it over the side and cover it, and then have it like aproned over the top, where if any frost falls, it won't fall on top.
Dollar General has it.
Yeah.
Apron pen.
It's right there around the spray paint and stuff.
And what's it called?
It's a plastic sheeting or something. It says in a roll, and it's 10 foot by 12 foot, but it's hell, the roll might be 3 or 4 inches big around and maybe 6 or 8 inches long. Pretty good sized roll. It's about, I'm trying to think what you could say. It's about the size of, about as big around as a can of coffee creamer or something. But it's 10 by 12.
3 mil. Is that what you said?
Yeah. I come in there cold. I didn't have a jacket on there. I come back here. Vicky's covered up with the heater on, and I'm just busting sweat now.
I want my damn summer back.
Yes, then you can say, I'm hot.
Yep. I'd rather be hot than cold any day.
Shit, when you're hot, you can't take enough clothes on. At least when you're cold, you can put stuff on.
No, but I can turn that air down.
Well, yeah, it's easier to put more clothes on, but I'm showing 59 here right now. I don't know if that's
Yeah, I don't know what it is. See, 51, it says here. 48.
We had a high of 34 here today, and it's going down to 25 tonight.
you don't have to keep rubbing it in, Dorinda. We're Southerners. We complain.
Hey, I'm just stating a fact.
It's like, damn, it's
I know.
71. It's cold out here.
Yeah, sure shit.
Dorinda's like, that's swimming weather. What
I
are you
remember
talking
people up
about?
north saying it's too damn hot to go outside. It's 75 degrees out there. I'm like, that ain't hot.
Hey, Tom. John.
Hello, Truth with Tom. Hello, John.
Yeah,
Hey, y'all.
35.
Hey, Tom. Hey, John. Hey, T. Ship. Kiss.
It's too soon for it to be 35. We just got into October. We're just not
They're,
used to this.
they're playing around already.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm not ready for when we got evil.
62 in Florida. It looks like it's nationwide. A little
Well,
warmer in the
I was
south
looking at your
still, but
weather today, Bonnie, and there was a major cold front from Michigan right down to Florida.
Yeah, that's what I'm
Yeah.
looking at there. We got a big red blob that's all the way up into Canada, down to about halfway between me and Bonnie.
Wow.
yeah,
Big freeze zone.
I saw that. I don't think
Well,
we're going to get down to
if
freezing.
it's Michigan, I'm sure that little red blob's gonna be cold here too.
Yeah.
I think it said our low would be 39, but that's if it's not blowing any wind. You have a
Well,
wind
Right
chill.
now we're windy and raining.
28 to 32, it's calling for here.
Hello, Jen.
Wow. Joyful. Where is almost heaven?
From 1 to
34
9.
degrees.
And I don't know what kind of wind we got. Let's see.
Shifty at 25.
The wind's coming from the northwest, so, and that would be
Yep.
the front of my house, the front opposite end of the house where my plants are, but that don't mean it won't change.
Yeah.
It's right where my plants are. I think they'll be okay tonight. I'll bring them in. Well, and then it's supposed to warm up. Like, it's not quite time to bring them in yet, I don't think.
I can't do that because I got them damn giant buckets that weigh 150 pounds with dirt and shit in them. And
Right.
John, I'm sorry, but not sorry.
I'm thinking about tomorrow building me a shelf back here, a little window area where I can put it in front of the window and bring those lemon trees in. And have them where they get the day sun over here behind me.
Oh, that's Virginia. And bring them what in?
My little lemon trees, remember I planted them 3-4 months ago?
Yes.
One of them,
you have a plant?
Shit, one of them was probably a foot tall or more. It's like, last week it doubled or tripled.
Wow.
Oh,
Can you bring it into the house, Chuck?
I'm going to. I need a
That's what he
transplant.
said.
Bring them in.
Do you have one of those pans or something to set them in so they don't leak?
Yeah, I'm thinking about either that or put like a butter bowl under it and make sure it'll only hold so much. So that's why I figured transplant and put more soil where they don't get root bound, and then I got some of this organic Miracle Grow like stuff. Hit them with a little bit of that in the water.
Hello, Gigi. How was babysitting?
And man, done that.
What the hell was that?
That was Josh laughing.
Sounded way off.
I'll be
Like
right back.
somebody,
Hello, Camo. Wolverines! I'll be back.
I love that song, Black Watch. So West Virginia is the almost heaven state. I did not know that. So Chuck, did you hear Rescue and Nikki talking about a meetup?
I heard y'all talking about it and some others talking about it, but
No definite plans yet, but there's a lot wanting to do it. Could be happening. That's what I was looking for.
Yeah, I just don't know, but we live all over the state.
Hello, Lisa.
Yeah. See, and it's 75 in the 80s the rest of the whole week, and low is 53.
you know why
And
this
it's
is
saying
doing
more.
this? They're doing this
Make
so
us
to kill everybody's plants off. That way, oh yeah, it'll be warm later, but we do this, they won't have nothing growing.
Mm-hmm.
No conspiracy theory here. Call it future precognitions.
Where did I hear that? The first conspiracy theorist was Noah. Was that you, Chuck?
Yeah,
Yep.
they didn't believe him either till the rain came.
Yep.
Hey Lisa. Hey Carl. Hey Anna. Hey Gigi. Good night, John Boy. You know, I've gotten to where I watch that every day now. It comes on here at what 11 o'clock or something like that.
The Waltons.
Yep.
Awesome. That was a great show.
I even looked up here a while back their first episode, which wasn't even the Waltons then. They were the Waltons, but that wasn't the name of the show. It was a 2-hour movie. The grandma was the same. All the kids were the same. Just the mom and dad and grandpa were different.
Oh, wow.
And it looked like they lived in Wyoming instead of Walton's Mountain.
That,
They're like out in the open glade.
Huh.
Like you put a Walton's house out in the middle of a little house on the prairie kind of looking.
yeah.
So, Chuck, I think you did a live today. Did you?
Yeah.
Well, I totally missed it, and I started watching it, and then I guess I touched something, and it went to Hillbilly Kitchen, and I tried to go back, and I couldn't find you. What channel is it
What live
on?
did you do today?
Do what?
You
What
did
channel
a live
is
today?
Yeah, well, like 3 o'clock here.
Okay. I missed it. I'll have to go back and watch it. Because the last one I got was Gumbo 9.
Yeah, there
Yes.
was like 13 people there.
Well, I went like 3 times looking for you today. I missed you.
So,
I've,
so what's
I've
the name of the channel?
it's the same one as this, me, just Chuck C.
Chuck,
Auckland.
and
Unless
it
they
just
kick me
says,
for something. Let me see.
I swear I went back to it and I could not find it.
Breaking Bad Tuesday randomness chatter under my Chuck C.
And it's Breaking Bad 2 is the title.
Breaking Bad, and then Tuesday Ramden. I just put it
Oh,
should if
okay.
you find me it should here I'll grab you the damn link and drop it out there.
Hello,
Where you want
Tennessee.
where you want me to put it?
Both. In case somebody else missed it. Well, I know we all missed it. And I'm really getting mad about the notification thing because it's just not happening. Except for places that I, you know how you put the black bell?
Yeah,
I don't get those notifications. I get the white bell notifications, and it's like, stop it. If I do the black bell, it's because I want to see that one.
I barely made it an hour. I think I didn't do any of my normal stuff, just random talk. Ed come on for a few minutes, and then Beat Puppet, and he kept disconnecting.
Oh,
I
you
didn't. I
say
told
Red
him,
King?
no, Ed.
Ed. Oh, okay.
I haven't seen him in a while.
Hey, Rich Runner. I know. How are they doing?
Who them?
Ed and
Ed.
Ed,
Spotted Rabbit.
George.
Same thing. They ain't been coming on nothing. Ed said he ain't been doing any or watching any or.
Yeah. Oh,
Hello,
Willie
Willie
D.
D.
Hey, Willie.
Huh.
It's an odd time at 3 o'clock in the afternoon.
Yeah, I was watching a YouTube video and they said the best time to go live was either 3 o'clock in the afternoon or 11 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah,
Huh.
probably because there ain't nobody on, but not many on that we know, or whatever.
Mm-hmm. Black Rat. I will assure you. Hmm.
I've
So,
been
should
sending
we?
out different emails to people about everything that's been going on. It's been really crazy.
Bonnie, I
It
sent you a
has.
note in private chat. Just FYI.
Thank you. Odd.
Yay.
Sue, Sue, Sue. Oh, Black Watch. Let's do it, Victor. Did I say hello to Ridge Runner and Lisa? If I
Hey,
didn't,
Rich.
hello.
If I didn't say hello, if I did, never mind.
Hello, Lisa.
You know, last night closing so late, I think he was about ready to come up, and I was like, it's 2:30 in the morning.
He loves the garden.
Hello, love
Faith
to
by
garden.
nature. Good to see you. Where do y'all see Love to Garden?
Faith
I
by
said
nature.
it. Just said it. Hello, Faith
Oh,
by
that's
nature.
same.
Okay, now it's Faith by nature loves to garden. Okay.
Name change or another channel.
Oh, okay. Whoa.
Carl, you need to change your name more English sound. It'd be Carl of Camelness.
Hey, I
Caramel.
didn't see Victor.
Caramel Carl.
Hey, rescue.
Hello,
Hey,
Victor. Although I don't see you.
Hey,
Hello, Gary.
Rescue.
Hello,
Good to see
Rescue.
you, Rescue. We're at Spice. Haven't seen you in a bit. Hope you're doing okay.
Hey, Rescue. I'm
Hello,
not in the
Vicky.
chat, but I have my phone turned down so it doesn't echo.
I did see Rescue a bit this. No,
I said
yes, I
hello.
did. I think I saw Rescue this morning. This day has been so long, I
I
cannot.
tried to look and it wouldn't show it to me.
Wow. Yeah, you were on quite. That was a really long show. It was really, really good.
Last night,
Yeah. I went back and watched it this morning.
it just went all over the place.
Yeah, but it
I
was
was
good.
kind of worried, but okay. All over the place is good.
And I even commented.
Busy now?
Hang on. I'll be back.
I did see that. Thank you.
I tip off. I see you in the, what's up, like every other something or something.
That's awesome. Faith by Nature. I like that name too.
Sounds like a Christian rock band. It's cool sounding.
Yes and no, Rescue. Keep putting out
Uh,
those positive.
Me putting this stuff up, it was easy finding it at the store. I get back here and okay, where's my stapler? I dig around through the cabinets over the washer and dryer, find the stapler. So I decided I'm gonna clean it out and see if I can find the staples. Cleaned it all out, got it all arranged, threw a bunch of crap out. Didn't find the staples. So then I go outside. Have to clean the porch to move stuff around. So I clean the porch, move stuff around, then I get to hang plastic. And I got one
So you
side of it.
found,
Huh?
you found some staples?
No, I never did find them, and I have 2 or 3 boxes of them, so I don't know what I did. It might be out in the shed, but that I don't want to clean the shed to find the staple.
I have one cardboard box that it was that way when I moved in here, and it just stayed that way. It's all my tools. And so I have got, you wouldn't believe what all I have in that cardboard box. It's a pretty good sized cardboard box. And I keep telling the girls, if you take anything out of that box, it better go back in there. I am a fanatic about my tools. Don't touch my tools. If they borrow my scissors, I have to go all over the house trying to find what they did with my scissors. And I have scissors in the kitchen that they can, I put them, the ones they can use, in different spots. But no,
Don't you
I
love
put the
that?
one,
You put stuff where you want it, know it's at, and they'll get it, and then they don't put it back. Then they come back a while later. Where's this? It ain't where it was. No,
yes,
I used it the other day. What'd you do with it? I don't know.
yep.
I'm like, why are
And
you asking
that's
me? I don't know. Sorry.
that's okay. I think I got that from my grandmother because she was the same way. If you picked up something and used it, you put it right back where it was. I mean, to the way it was facing and everything. And I don't know why I have not been able to drill that into these girls.
It's, I think, the no responsibility, no thing that they've taught them in schools in the last 20 years, 30 years.
No.
Bonnie, seemingly Victor is in chat, and a lot of people, including myself, can't see him. I don't know if you can see him. I don't know if
No, I
he's
can't.
somehow been blocked or what the heck's going on.
Yeah, I don't see them either.
I don't see him either. But
I
some
don't think
people
he's
have said
here.
hello to him, and somebody said that he can't that nobody can see Victor.
He might be blocked on Bonnie's side.
Well, that's why I said something so she could try to fix it. If
Jen don't see him and
Well,
Jesus don't see him, so he may not be in there.
I don't see him, but I know a couple of people said hello, and then someone else said that they couldn't see Victor. So I don't know
I
if
only
Victor's here or
mentioned
not.
Victor because I was just picking on Blackwatch, asking him what he did with Victor. Victor's
Ah,
usually not here this early.
okay, that's okay.
Hey,
You're right, because Victor doesn't usually come this early.
it's delayed.
Yeah. People quit disappearing. That's where were we at? Oh, on D's. And she was talking to Eric. And I'm like, I don't see Eric. And then Shift Kicker said, I don't see Eric. And everybody was, I don't see Eric. Eric was, she had two channels going at the same time. And Eric was in the other one all by himself. We were all over this one. It,
I don't think I could run two channels. I can
but
barely
for the
run one
longest
channel.
time, oops, I'm sorry, Josh. For the longest time, I was invisible in Deanna's chat. She couldn't see me.
If you're wondering what that photo was, that's a picture of me when I was first born, when my mom brought me
Oh,
home.
Faith by nature, do
yeah.
what you want to do.
What's that, Linda?
I was talking to Faith by nature. Sorry, Josh, I didn't mean to cut you off. I thought you were finished. Go ahead, finish.
No, that was a picture of me when I was first born. My mom brought me home.
Mm.
No. And it's never stupid. If you get the urge to change your name to something, do it. There's a reason for it. Do what you're being led to do. Well, not
That's
everything,
funny,
but
Anna.
you,
It all started because of Anna. Anna said hello to Victor because she heard his name.
okay.
Oh boy.
Kissoff says make Blackwatch invisible.
Yes, Faith by nature you have.
And then there they go. I love it when we're in a chat and we start playing around like that. And
Yeah.
no, you're not blind, Shiv.
Yes, Blackwatch, behave.
I don't think he knows how to.
That,
No, and we like him just the way he is.
yeah.
Yeah. I'll give you that one.
How many of y'all behave?
Some of
How
the
many of
stuff he
us
says,
behave? Just say y'all.
some of the stuff he says, I don't understand.
Well, yeah, sometimes you have to.
You have to have a warped sense of humor. And some
Think
people don't
outside the
have that
box.
warped sense of humor.
Like, I understand it, like, when he says, hello, Josh, how are you? But when he starts showing off on random stuff, it doesn't make sense in my mind.
Okay, joyful. John Denver. I never listened to John Denver. My grandmother loved him. But
Never
I
even
think
heard
there
of
was
him.
one song I knew because she played it a lot.
Yeah.
She loved his smile because she said he looked like a frog. And we love frogs.
I didn't think John Denver looked like a frog.
I think he has kind of a wide mouth. Thank you, Lisa. No
See,
big good
girl,
having me.
we're all in the same boat. Oh, thank you, Lisa, for dropping Bigfoot's new channel.
Um,
I didn't know he had a new
yeah.
one.
Tucker, you saw him?
So I found out if you pause the YouTube video, you can still watch the chat go by. And I didn't know you could do that.
Oh, yeah, you can.
So, I'm going to show a little video with y'all. Share a little video with y'all. Yeah,
Alrighty.
pray it been taken down. It was shared with me, and hey, chat, are you, are
I'm
you
running.
there, chat?
I'm running in and out.
Do you
I
have a
went.
saw running?
No, Vicky's got a hairdryer running.
Oh, okay.
The other room. I was outside and I started that next sheet and ran out of staples. So I got it
Uh-oh.
on one corner and then the center post, and I got two staples on each end, and I ran out. So now I got to start looking. Yay.
Oh, that's awesome, Jen. Jen is going to be on Freedom Fighters, Wisconsin.
That's cool.
Mm-hmm. Have y'all watched any of them?
Don't know.
Okay. I'm going to share this little video. I'm going to mute. Pull it up.
I'm going to be running in the other room. I'll check a drawer for some staples. I'll be right back.
Okay.
At this point, we all know that food shortages are coming. And with each passing day, more industry executives are warning about upcoming price increases and supply chain hiccups that may keep grocery shelves empty this winter. Some of you may not remember, but in May, even the federal government said that food shortages are coming. And some major humanitarian organizations are sounding the alarm about famines of biblical proportions and other disasters that are hitting our crops and meat production capacity. The stage is set for a turbulent 2023 for our food supply chains. But we still have the opportunity to get ready before the chaos begins. That's why in today's video, we've compiled several tips that may help you to prepare for the challenges ahead. 1. Identify specific shortage risks in your area. Is your geographical location more likely to experience a drought, a flood or a tornado, wildfire, high winds, earthquakes, or some other natural disaster? It's important to consider these events because they can happen fast and with little warning, leaving you and your family without food or without fresh water. The first step is to find out what food shortages are most likely to occur in your area. This will help you know what to stock up on and how much you need. You can find this information in your local government or emergency management office. On top of that, you can check the National Food Shortages List on the USDA website. It's essential to have a minimum of 3 days worth of food and supplies to be used specifically when disasters hit until emergency responders are able to reach you. The easiest way to get a 3-day emergency supply of food is to buy a pre-made kit that can be stored for the long term. But you can also pack your own emergency food as well. Just make sure to store it in its own bucket or bag that you can carry with you if you need to leave your home in a hurry. 2. Don't panic. Instead, buy 2 items at a time. Whenever you go to the store to stock up on items you might need, instead of grabbing as many as you want and stripping grocery store shelves, get 2 of the same product. One to consume in the short term and another one to go straight to your pantry. For instance, let's say you need a peanut butter jar. Then you buy 2 containers, eat the first, put the second in storage. After the first one is used up, go to the store again and buy 2 more. And that way, you can start to build up your stock without spending your entire food budget all at once, or even going into debt to afford the products that you need. It's also important to only store products you will actually consume. Otherwise, you'll be wasting your money. And don't forget to use it before it gets close to the expiration date. 3. Grow a garden. You don't have to change the entire landscape of your home to start a garden. The first step is learning gardening skills that are going to be helpful during times of food scarcity if you live in urban areas. You can start with a few pots or buckets on your balcony, or even grow indoor sprouts and microgreens under grow lights. You can also consider a community garden with your neighbors. For those who live in suburban areas and space is not a big issue, raised beds are a great alternative for keeping everything neat and organized. But you can also plant things straight in your soil, even though starting a garden might not be a possibility for everyone. Having this skill is just as important as having the space, so you'll be able to relocate wherever you want and still grow your own food during challenging times. 4. Buy locally. If growing your own food is something you don't want or cannot do, another great option that will allow you to have a better sense of food security is buying locally. A large share of the food supplies we eat and consume on a daily basis come from large corporations and a handful of farmers and ranches with extensive operations. Problem is that if one single disruption hits any step of their processes, we might see some inventory fails at our local stores. And if those problems last for a few days or even weeks, we'll be vulnerable to experiencing prolonged shortages. That's why supporting local small farmers is something we all should do. Their crops are usually more diverse. They use fewer pesticides, and you'll be able to get seasonal fresh food right from the source. 5. Get creative with the protein you eat. Protein is one of the most important components of our diets. They help us to build muscle, repair tissues, and also produce enzymes and hormones. Most dietary protein comes from animal products, but you can find it in beans, lentils, nuts, seeds, whole grains, and soybeans. Lentils are the least expensive protein source available, and they're one of the best foods for long-term storage. Because they provide good nutrition and calories in a small space, you can also use beans to make salads, soups, chili, baked casseroles, and even burger patties. They're an amazing source of protein, vitamins, minerals, phytonutrients, and fiber, and also very versatile. So, you have many options when planning your meals, and the best part is they can last up to 3 years before losing their vitamins, which is a great advantage. 6. During times when food is scarce, stock up on more than just food. Having a reliable supply of gas, fuels, medicines, cleaning products, self-defense tools, and building supplies is also essential to getting prepared. Although you might ask why you'll need all of those things for food shortages. The truth is that during challenging times, you can barter some of the supplies you stocked up for the food you may need later on, or even use some of those tools to provide someone a service that can be paid with something else you might want. Scarcity often leads people to panic buy, which may create shortages of other goods, so make sure you have a reliable stockpile of other critical products as well. 7. Make sure you have an adequate supply of water above all else. We all need enough water to be able to survive. You should have at least 1 gallon of water per person per day. You'll need this for drinking, cooking, and hygiene. Don't forget to include pads in this calculation. You can also purchase water purification tablets and large containers that can hold the amount of water your family needs in the longer term. Fill those containers, store them in a cool area away from sunlight until you need them. 8. Learn how to preserve your food. Knowing how to make your food last longer can help you get through tough winters where crops freeze or even droughts that may result in extensive crop losses. You can use processes that can be made with the tools you probably already have in your kitchen, using proper containers for grains and dry goods, canning fruits and vegetables, freeze drying, or dehydrating meat. You can make the shelf life of your supplies double or even triple. If everything is well stored, that will not only save you a lot of money, but prevent you from letting food go to waste. 9. Buy whole grains for long-term storage. Grains are rich in protein, and they should be the foundation of any food. Stockpiled whole grains like wheat can have up to 25 years of shelf life, and you can buy them in bulk for a cheap price with local producers or even in online promotions. You should also remember, buy good quality grain mill to be able to process your grains and create many different recipes. 10. Get rid of your debt. Stay away from credit cards to be able to be prepared for food shortages. You'll also need to have good financial security, even though some people may think it's better to have large amounts of food for potential storage and buy it on a credit card. That may only make things more complicated in the long run. Financial setbacks will prevent you from dealing with other emergencies that may appear in your life and will leave you with fewer options apart from the necessary payments we might have to do, such as mortgages, car, or student loans. Try not to add more debt burden and stay away from consumer debt. Learn how to cook from scratch in our modern era. We've become accustomed to the convenience of industrialized food and ready-to-eat meals. But if our supply chains keep failing to meet consumer demand, knowing how to properly cook all the food you planted or stored means that your food security will not be threatened. If we want to be able to weather the perfect storm of events that is forming, we have documented in several videos many pieces of evidence that show that the situation is getting steadily worse. So stock up while you can, because things will get even crazier as we move towards the end of the year. Thank you for watching.
Y'all are all muted. Do y'all know that?
We were muted because you were playing the video.
Okay, I didn't know if you were saying anything.
Nope.
Let me get that link. Well, How do I get the link? Let's see. Oh, stop. YouTube. Stop again. Copy. Where am I at? Oh, there I am. I've been seeing some pretty neat water heaters with copper coil. Did he show that in that video? Maybe he did. But I've seen
Cool.
it somewhere else too, where you wrap it around your wood stove pipe and it heats the water. Where am I at? I'm telling you, one of these days I'm gonna get used to this computer. That's why everything takes me so much longer. It's like it's not mine. It's not doing what I want it to
So
do.
are you able to get yours fixed, Bonnie?
Yeah, I don't know. I'm supposed to try one of the girls' speakers that they've hidden from me, knowing that I was going to do that.
Uh
So, um, maybe when I'm backstage with somebody, I'll try the speaker and I'll go tell them hand it over and try it and see if it works. Like it's the it's the speakers that's not working on my computer. The mic
uh
is working fine, but I can't hear anybody. Everyone can hear me. It'd be me just talking my head off with nobody say anything. But I don't want that.
If I lived a lot closer, I would try and help you. Because I'm pretty good on stuff like that.
Oh, that's cool, Tom. I figured you were a tech person.
Yep. I'm always helping my aunt out with something. She's always calling me. Hey, Josh, can you come fix this? Hey, Josh, the computer's doing that.
Yeah. Well, everybody's just really quiet tonight. It's Taco Tuesday. Did you have your tacos?
no, we
Did you?
had pork chop, shake and bake pork chops, one barbecued pork chop because I ran out of shake and bake. Mashed potatoes, cream corn, a salad, and biscuits. Mom cooked tonight.
Oh, that sounds good. Don't be mean to rescue.
Started working on computers, helping people with computers, and Windows 95 came out. So, yeah. Came out. So,
I know I turned the volume down so that wouldn't happen.
No twerking involved with dinner, and no, I didn't shake. Just saying. Because all my husband had on the menu was pork chops and mashed potatoes. But
Hey,
he's in school this week, so that means he doesn't leave on Wednesday because he's going to school till Thursday or Friday. I don't know what the hell he's doing, to be honest. I don't know. And then he goes hunting on the weekend, so goes moose hunting on the weekend.
cool. But that sounds like my kind of meal. Meat and potato. That's all it needs to be.
Well, we've been having meat and potatoes for the last couple of days, so I figured we needed a vegetable.
Oh.
I mean, on Friday last week we had vegetable, but I don't think we've had a vegetable since. Just saying.
You're welcome, Rescue. Save you from kick-ass moves.
I love it. I love it. I think you've been hanging around me too long, Bonnie. I'm corrupting you. Okay, I'll take the blame. I promise. I'll be okay with it.
Kiss off, you just
funny.
got a new name.
That was funny.
Yes, it was me.
What was that, Bonnie? Question mark, question mark, question mark.
It just
In this episode, the corruption of one Bonnie.
oh, okay, now I can't see.
Oh, and yes, I'm taking credit for that. Patting myself on the shoulders.
It just spilled out.
I don't even know what's going on. I'm just gonna sit here and listen.
Oh boy, that was funny, Bonnie. Wonder what else is gonna slip out tonight from Bonnie.
In my defense, she reminds me of the girl in that movie. It's called, I don't know. It just spilled out. There, you know what? That's Kiss Off could kick. Yeah. Sorry, hon.
So my aunt's birthday is coming up on the 26th of October.
Oh, that's good.
I went out and spent a whole bunch of money on her, which I shouldn't have. But everybody deserves to be spoiled every now and again. I went out and I bought her off of Amazon. I bought her a 32-inch flat screen monitor.
Oh, cool. Okay.
It was $179.
Goodness. That's a nice present for an aunt.
Yeah. She has a 21-inch right now.
All right, y'all. I'm not hitting no songs. Got my bottle of water right here. Wouldn't be the first time I had a laugh fest from a bottle of water. Okay, if they're putting laughy stuff in our water, I'm okay with it.
She doesn't really.
Hey, D-Dog.
I know, D-Dog. There's.
She doesn't really know who anybody is on YouTube. She knows that I'm on there, but she doesn't really follow anybody but me.
Mm. Well, we would love to have her. Y'all want a song?
Sure.
I tried to get her to come in the chat when Rescue was building that chicken coop, and she didn't want to do it.
Aw. And Rescue's so inspirational. I think she would really enjoy it.
Yeah.
Okay, here's y'all a song.
So when I go down this weekend, I'll be subscribing her to Rescue so she can have something to watch.
There you go. That's good, Josh.
It'll help him out a little bit since he's been helping me out.
Rescue Josh is going to go down to his aunt's and subscribe her to you so she'll have something to watch.
Mm-hmm.
Let me kick her shifts this song. I'm playing a song now. Y'all may not like it. I do.
You shouted loud, but I can't hear a word you say. I'm talking loud, not saying much. I'm criticized till all your bullets ricochet. You shoot me down, but I get up. Bulletproof, nothing to lose. Far away. Ricochet, you'll take your aim. Far away. You shoot me down, but I won't fall. I am titanium. You shoot me down, but I won't fall. I am titanium. I am titanium. Coming down, but it's you who have further to fall. No sound and nothing loud. Raise your voice. Sticks and stones may break my bones. I'm talking loud, saying much. Bulletproof, nothing to lose. Far away, far away. Ricochet, you'll take your aim. Far away, far away. Shoot me down, but I won't fall. I am titanium. You shoot me down, but I won't fall. I am titanium. I am titanium. Stone high machine guns firing at the ones who run. Stone high as bulletproof glass. Shoot me down, I am titanium. Shoot me down, but I won't fall. I am titanium. Shoot me down, but I won't fall. I am titanium. Shoot me down, but I won't fall. You shoot me down, but I won't fall. I am titanium. You shoot me down, but I won't fall. I am titanium.
I got two of them all except the floor.
That was beautiful.
I'll be right back. I got to run to the store. I found my staples in my toolbox in my shed after I looked through two other things.
At least you found them.
Let me run up here and get another thing of plastic. I'm going to do all three sides where it's up against the house. So if I have to, I'll crack a window open or something.
Yeah.
And it's going to freeze there tonight?
Yeah, it says 28 to 32. That's enough to kill plants.
Yeah.
Yep. You're getting a grocery list.
Looks like two drunk 5-year-olds stapled part of it, but I'm doing it by myself. I would ask them to help, but I'd have to move more stuff. I'll be right back.
All right, Chuck.
I just want to get up there in the last 13 minutes before they
Okay.
See, girl, I was thinking Sunshine for your name, but that's okay. I like Sweet Tea too.
Yep. Oh. I really don't know where that came from. Just
Actually, Rescues is even better. Tabasco and Sweet Tea.
yeah, we got, what was it? Carl. Sweet Tea.
Shit Kicker.
Yeah, we don't want to call her that.
Well, sorry, it came up in chat, and Kick
I
Ass
know.
instead of
But-
Kick Off. Kiss Ass, sorry, Kiss Ass.
But a lot of people call her Shifty for short, and so the other wouldn't be good.
Well, I'm only telling you what came up in chat.
I know. I'm just saying. We got
I
to
like
leave
50
this
too.
Wonder where Deanna is. So, y'all tell me if I'm whacked out, way off. What do y'all think about a Wednesday night Bible study? Like an hour, maybe, if that long. Just read some and then talk about it. Is that something you would be interested in? Just curious.
No, I honestly, it'd probably do me a lot of good, Bonnie. It probably would. Um, but I'd probably come in and out. Um,
I can understand that. And
because
Wednesday night is usually a slow night, and I
well,
just thought,
yeah, no, it's just sometimes when people get talking about what the Bible says, there's conflicting views on what it actually says.
it says what it
Sometimes.
says.
I'm not saying all the
But
time, I'm saying sometimes.
I
And
understand what you're saying. And
for
no, I don't want it to be like that.
for
It,
stupid
it would,
people like me, that would just confuse me more.
right. And that's why I don't want to do it like that. Okay, maybe not call it a Bible study. Scripture reading. Maybe. I don't know. For the past month, I have just um, felt drawn to do the book of Daniel, and I don't know why. Um, it's been a while since I've read it, and I just thought, well, maybe on a live, but if that's too much for everybody, I understand.
I mean, I'm sure there's a lot you'd have a lot of people like Diamond Lil and I'm sure a lot of people would come, Bonnie. All I'm saying is that's not my cup of tea.
Okay.
And I'm not the only person here. Okay?
Oh, I know.
I'm sure other people in the chat will say, yeah, sure, Bonnie, go ahead. It's
Well,
just,
and it's not whether you're stupid or not. It's just you're not stupid, Dorinda.
well, sometimes you just feel that way when it comes to certain things. I mean, yes, I did Bible study when I was a kid.
But that's what we're trying to get out of. That controlled
Yeah. And that's how like all it was they read the Bible and then the minister told you how it was and what you were supposed to feel and what you were supposed to think. And me being me, I had questions. And that didn't go over too well with anyone.
Okay, I see some ones and Bear. Sure, that was me singing. That was not me singing.
Oh, they want you to time out Blackwatch. That's what the ones are for.
Oh,
They're at it
okay.
again. Yes, Camel, it is. One is the loneliest number.
And that's what I try to show here is that I do not know the Bible front to back. I do not know all the answers. I do not know I do not know how to explain it to people. I am definitely not a preacher. I don't, it's like, I don't know. I know that I was born again. I know that I can talk to God, and I've seen prayers answered.
Yep. I agree with everything you're saying, Bonnie.
Well, Patrick's even got his cat voting.
I love it, D-Dog. Cat gets 9 votes, 1 for each life.
That is so
My neighbor
true,
said that'd
Carl.
be so nice to do that. So there you go. You got one person. And
Hey,
Anna Marie, Bonnie was, while you were out, Bonnie was talking about having like a Bible study 1 day a week or for about an hour or so. Is what she's thinking. What's your ideas on it? She kind of wants chat to give her advice.
and then I said maybe not like a study, but more like a scripture reading.
More like a discussion, you mean?
No, just reading scripture. Well, okay, if anybody wants to discuss it, then yes. But like I said, I don't have the answers, and that's what has happened. What I have seen has happened a lot in this community is people have looked at the deeper, dark side that I have never looked into. So it's made a lot of people question whether we should even be reading the Bible. And I don't want to see that because it's that is what opened the channel for me is reading the Bible and talking to God. And
Yeah.
that's all it is. It's just opening that channel. I mean, y'all look where we're at, you know? We're being
Yeah.
threatened with everything they can throw at us. Got signs all over the place of what to do when and if it gets nuclear. And so we need to have our souls right. We need to be right with God. If, I mean, I want to see all of y'all there.
Shift Kicker says do a half-hour show doing scripture. If it goes longer, cool. Start slow.
And that's it. That what
Space by
Rescue
Nature
said.
says verse a day.
Fellowship. That's what fellowship is.
Yep. That wasn't fellowship mentioned in your video last night? Yes, it was.
Yep. Thank you, Sharon. And hello.
Hello, Sharon.
Hi, Jim.
Thank you, Rescue.
You're going to have to follow your heart, Bonnie. And if that's what your heart's telling you to do, and if that's what God's telling you to do, you got the idea from somewhere. I'm pretty much thinking it's from God. So that's God's telling you to do it. Right?
Yes. And like D Dog saying, uh-oh. Josh, did you
Somewhere.
um Even the Constitution, the laws come from the Bible.
Yep.
All right, Bear. Thanks for coming by. Appreciate you.
Good night, Bear Truth.
That's true, Anna Marie. Yeah. Okay. Just do it in the beginning when there's not a lot of people here. If somebody wants to be here, they'll be here. If they don't, they don't.
Mm-hmm.
It's fine with me. I mean, just like Hawk always said, if there was only 3 people that wanted to listen, 3 people it is. It's not about how many. It's not about how many show up. It's just, um, yep, doing what you're called to do.
Yep.
And but I'm serious, and I've said it before. I want to see all your souls there on the other side.
Mm-hmm.
Because I care about y'all and love you. Sorry, but I do.
And we care about you, Bonnie.
Okay, next subject.
I don't know. What do you want to talk about, chat? Let us know.
Love you, Shiv Kicker.
Joyful wants to know what version will you use, Bonnie? King James or different?
No. Uh, the, is it NIV? Because it's just like talking. It's just like, and I have a hard enough time with a lot of those names. Hey, Brew, good to see you. And it just makes it easier to read. I think it makes it easier to understand too, maybe. Without all the goeths and thee and thou. Even though that's probably the way they talked back then, but yes, Ship Kicker, thank you. Did Deanna come in?
Not yet.
Oh, I just saw rescue. But okay, it disappeared. Oh, there it is. Maybe.
Hello, Integrity.
Joyful, that's the only one I have here at my house. And so I pull up um it's on the internet. And also with that one I can make it zoom to make it bigger so it's easier for me to see it. Because if I do the one in my house, I have to get the magnifying glass out because my eyes, sometimes they're okay, sometimes they're not.
Dee's not here yet, Camo. Bonnie was just asking if she's got here yet. And I love that song that you had put out. Yeah, we already played the music, Integrity.
Titanium. No music tonight. Oh, I have other songs if y'all want more songs.
I don't think it's hard. I don't use the phone, but other people do it, so I'm assuming it's not a problem.
I'm very
Um,
happy. I'm very happy to be a part of the community.
Thank you, Josh.
You're
And
welcome.
Rich Runner, um, I didn't think I could do it on my phone. It's an Android, but click on the link and then it'll take you to StreamYard and then you can turn your camera off, make sure your name is on there, and then enter studio and it's pretty easy. Um, oh my goodness, freedom fighters of central Wisconsin. It's good to see you. We've
Okay,
been
what did
hearing a
you
lot
just say,
about
Bonnie?
you. Freedom Fighters of Central Wisconsin is in the chat.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Hello, Freedom. Oh, they were mentioned earlier in the chat by Jen. Okay.
I was just saying we're talking about them. They're doing the thing. Brock, it's good to see you. Deanna told us about you and looked you up, and I like what you're doing. It's good to meet you. Would you like to come up on panel? We'd be happy to hear from you.
Hello, Nanya, Texas.
Hello, Nanya. You're more than welcome to come up too. That's what we were talking about last night. Um, we need our strong men right now.
Faith by Nature. As soon as you hit the link, it takes you right to StreamYard.
Yeah. That's what I've heard in the heat of the lion's den in Wisconsin. But y'all got a lot of people up there doing the thing.
Laker Ice.
Hey now.
Excuse me. Hi, Carl.
Good evening, ladies. And Chuck, you still there? What's up, Josh? I wanted to come up here real quick because Tennessee Ridge Runner's talking in chat. All you got to do, Ridge Runner, is when you see Bonnie post that says StreamYard link, when you click on that, it'll blank off the show and like slide to a new screen. It'll say, continue as Tennessee Ridge Runner. You say yes. It'll take you to where the camera and the mic are, and then you can turn your camera off so you don't even have to show your ugly mug. And then it says you scroll down a little bit more and go and hit go, and it'll take you to the backstage. And then when Bonnie adds you, you'll come on with an icon on. It's super easy to do.
Hey, Deanna. Hey,
Hello,
Ronan.
Deanna. Hello, Ronan.
Hey, Ronan. Oh, there's Brock. How are you, sir?
Hello.
Howdy, howdy. Nice to meet you guys. Thanks for having me on.
It's nice to meet you. Deanna's told us a little bit about you and showed
Hello,
us
everybody.
a little bit of your video. And up here we have Dorinda. Chuck is at the store. He'll be back. And Josh and Carl beside you. And I'm
Howdy.
Bonnie.
Nice to meet you guys. It's long overdue. It's time for us Patriots to unite.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I'm excited to do this stuff. Yeah, I just got in touch with Deanna, and actually I just got off the phone with her. I was putting her in contact with one of my PMA contacts here in Wisconsin. So I just linked them two up together and continuing this just network. Networking is vital key to what we need to be doing here.
Yes.
I watched you for a minute before you went to Rumble.
Nice. Yeah, well, I'm known, and my friends here in Wisconsin are known to get people, kicked off YouTube. So I just give a fair warning sometimes.
I understand.
Speaking too much freedom,
It's no such thing.
Right.
So do you use the affidavits also like Devil Dog?
Well, we have I have a team of individuals here in the state of Wisconsin that's what they focus on is just the affidavits. We affidavitted the crap out of the state. I mean, countless thousands, 50,000 affidavits, I think maybe in the past 2.5 years.
Oh my goodness.
At every event we have signings and we pass petitions around and we've been at all out war in this state for 2.5 years. And like I said, we have over 300 patriot groups in this state, and it's been a long battle, but we're just getting warmed up. Let me tell you what, they hit us with something, and we come back swinging even harder with united together. So we are unafraid. And we ain't backing down. And I mean, right now I got the DOJ, the FBI, the CIA, they're all investigating me right now. I'm labeled a domestic terrorist and whatnot for going to school board meetings and holding rallies at the Capitol and whatnot. And I just sit here and laugh about it and show up to these court dates with my friends and we have a good time.
Yep. That's great.
So right now on the 21st, Harry Waite, he's from Hot Government, honest and open, transparent government, and Racine, which we all know all roads lead to Racine, Wisconsin. And what we did is he exposed the Wisconsin My Vote website, and that website is where us Wisconsinites log in to track our votes to see if it counted or not or whatever. Well, this system, I could put in my friend's name and birth date or somebody from 5 counties over. Didn't matter. I could type in 10,000 names in their birth dates, and I could send their ballot wherever I wanted to throughout the whole world. So we figured out how they were harvesting these ballots, and we exposed that system. And lo and behold, instead of investigating the broken system that they're using to manipulate our elections here in the state of Wisconsin, they're investigating us patriots that exposed it and whistleblowers. And now Harry Waite's facing 13 years in prison.
Oh my goodness.
Hello, Tennessee.
And I can guarantee you that man, he ain't gonna sit.
Well, looky here, we
hero.
Peer pressured old Tennessee Ridge Runner into coming up on a panel for the first time, getting his cherry pop.
I don't know how to make my camera work.
Looks like it's working.
You have to, where it says camera, you just hit that and it'll turn it on and off.
I did.
Oh, wow.
Sometimes it glitches out. Oh, he knocked himself out for the first time.
He doesn't have a good connection, and so I think whatever he's trying to do, it overloads it. Maybe you might.
I can't stay on. I just wanted to come up to tell him how to get up here. I'm going to jump down. I hope he comes back up. Love y'all.
Thank
Love
you.
you too, Carl. Thank you.
So what we have figured out sometimes in these podcasts that not everybody has enough bandwidth if they're using a mobile device. So if it seems to work a little bit better if you don't have enough bandwidth to turn the cam off, and it might work a little bit better.
Yes.
I don't have no camera, so I'm good.
I'm sorry, you were in a. I think you were in the middle of telling us about the 21st.
Yeah, so that's on the 21st, Harry Waite's preliminary court hearing. They've dragged this out for a while. And so one of the ballots that Harry Waite requested was mine. I mean, we did this strategically. We documented everything. And we didn't do it with malicious intent. We did it with an intent to do our duty to our nation, right? I mean, they're stealing our elections all over the place, right? And it's time to figure it out and end it. So we did that. He also requested Mr. Robin Voss, the Speaker of the House in Wisconsin here, and the Mayor, Corey Mason, requested his ballot too, and like 8 other individuals throughout the state. And he got them, all of them except Robin Voss's. He got the mayor's. And so we're just going to rally support in this courtroom for Harry Waite, and it's gained national attention now, and which they didn't want to happen. But I've been jamming this case and getting as many people aware of what's going on with this case all over the state of Wisconsin or the United States, because we need everybody to pay attention what we're doing here in Wisconsin, because we are at all out war with this corrupt. There might not be another state in the United States that is so corrupt as in the state of Wisconsin. I mean, it's unbelievable.
Oh, you'd be surprised. Even I'm in Texas, and everyone thinks Texas is the freedom state or something, and it's not quite as free as everyone thinks.
No.
And even locally, I am finding more and more, and so thankfully, a bunch of the younger people have started taking over. So I'm just putting little bugs in their ear and getting them in the meetings that they should be in, and it just kind of giving them a little hint of what's going on so that they can dig deeper. And because they're going to be the ones to take over when we're gone, because I'm old.
Hey, we're not doing this for us. We're doing this for our future generations, right? And our children and grandchildren.
Absolutely. Grandkids.
We're leaving the blueprints, is what I call it. We're leaving the blueprints for our future generations.
Yes. Have you met Devil Dog?
I have not. I've heard about Devil Dog.
He's underneath you.
Nice
yeah, nothing good, right?
Pretty good, man. I'm doing great. Better now that I'm on this panel here, meeting more movers and shakers.
Yeah, that little elite list that you're on. So far this year, I've been on it 3 times, and I got off it 3 times.
I'll be interested. Well, they might as well just keep me on the dang thing, man, because I'll be on it and off of it every other day, probably, man, because I got events. Oh, man, I'm fighting these people hard. You know, so on the 21st, we're going to be up in Racine at that court date. And then the 25th, I got Dr. Frank coming to my local community here with Harry Waite to tell his story, and I'm going to broadcast that nationwide. And then on the 1st of November, this government, I've pissed off some really rich people, and they are putting a 2,200 acre solar farm around my house to push me off my property. And of course, they're telling people the good stuff about solar, right? And so I asked them, where's all the bad stuff or the negative side effects or the impacts on the economy? And, they're like, well, legally, by law, we don't have to provide that to you. Okay, really? So, well, I went out and did my duty, and I got in touch with this ex-sitting senator that knows how bad it is, the ins and outs. And this guy's the man, and he's prepared an amazing presentation on the good, bad, and ugly on wind and solar and this Green New Deal agenda they're jamming down our throat. And I'm going to take that presentation and jam it down the throat of the government, because my God, man, they're taking prime potato growing land here in the state of Wisconsin. We have some of the best potato growing lands in all of the world here because of the sand viscosity. I guess the water flows through it really, really good, and it's amazing land. And they're putting solar farms out here. It's crazy. Don't make no sense. Pushing the farmers off our lands here, taking jobs away. They can put up solar farms, to contaminate our land.
Have you looked into disposal of those panels?
Yeah, I believe they take them out to Arizona and put them in a hole or something, right?
Well, no part of the panel is recyclable.
Right.
It all gets landfilled, and
it's so toxic.
The toxic, the amount of it being toxic is 10 times over the top of asbestos.
I had no idea
Oh my
about
goodness.
solar panels or wind panels. I found out 30 minutes before this meeting was going to take place in my county. I'm not college educated. I didn't even graduate high school. I went to work at an early age and just went to work. But common sense, in 30 minutes, I figured out what you just told me right there in 30 minutes before that meeting. And I was so well prepared in 30 minutes that these people were trying to pay me $10,000 hush payments. It's crazy what's going on.
Yeah, and the harder you work at what you're doing, you're going to watch that decimal point move.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, there's a couple things that I'm fighting for that I've already been offered 7 digits to shut up, so I just get louder.
Yeah, I will not sell out, man. We got mission statements. They ain't gonna break my integrity. I'm not gonna bend, break, waver. There ain't no amount of money they can pay me. Along my journey, I was, I took a job with General Michael Flynn. Trump got him out of prison. They're stancing him for a run here in 2022, and they needed somebody in the state of Wisconsin to fight for election integrity and the America Project. And I told them people, you can't pay me $20 million. I wouldn't take it to sell my people out. And I ended up, they kind of screwed me over, and then I turned around and exposed him. So I have no, man, I'm taking it right to them. It's time, and I will not sell out. What are we going to do? What am I going to do at $20 million when it ain't worth nothing, But yeah, here in the state of Wisconsin, along the lines of working with him, it wasn't a favorable decision, but somebody had to do it to figure out, what we figured out. And all they wanted was pretty much to waste our time doing a whole bunch of nothing to vote for rhinos. And then they wanted our contact information to the people, the phone numbers, emails, addresses, you name it. And that's basically what they were after. And I wasn't giving it to them. I ain't going to sell my people out. I'm not going to sell out. It's time to stand strong and united. I ain't going to break the trust with my people. But yeah, man, we're in a battle. We're in a battle of our lifetime. This is it. The times that our grandparents and parents told us about that would come. It's here. It's upon our doorsteps.
Yep.
So, Brock, have you looked into what I just dropped into private chat?
Oh, let me see here. So I have heard of this. Yep.
That one's big fire, but you got to write it up as a claim, not an affidavit.
Mm-hmm. So another thing I'm working on is, holy, are you guys familiar with Anna von Reich and reclaiming your American nationalism or sovereignty?
Yeah,
I've heard stuff about it, but is it necessary?
Well, I think it's a dang good statement to make against this government to let them know we are done. We ain't backing down and we're done. Because this is the United States of America Incorporated, you know, and we need to take it back to United States unincorporated, to where, because right now they have sold us the greatest lie ever told, that we are free and our vote matters, because we are not free and our vote does not matter. And they allow us a certain amount. They allow us a perception of they allow us a certain amount of freedoms, or they take our certain amount of freedoms away from us. We're not free. We signed that. Your parents signed that birth certificate and social security card, and they enslave you right at birth to the corporation of the United States of America. We are free. We are not free. What we really need to do is end all endorsements and PAC money and party money and take our political power back from this government, because it's completely 100% failed. We figured that out in the past 2.5 years here in the state of Wisconsin, how bad it is and how, how what they're willing to do. We took these voting boxes away. All right, we got the Supreme Court to take them away, say they were illegal. What did they go do? They went and built these vans, mobile voting vans. They started driving around town. It's crazy what's going on over here. And
So
we've had
have you
enough.
ever heard of a remonstrance?
The what?
Remonstrance.
No, can't say I have.
That's where all the fire is. Yeah, look into it a little bit. You'll be surprised. You file a remonstrance and you can get a state senator to present it. They have to hear you out.
Well, that's the problem we have here in the state of Wisconsin. Okay, I'm telling you guys, the battle is here in the state of Wisconsin. All roads lead to Racine. We have the Rothschilds, Soroses, all the elites right here in Racine, Wisconsin. Are you guys familiar with Foxconn?
Mm-hmm.
Foxconn, you know, quantum technology, the biggest supercomputer out there, the eighth wonder of the world. It's right here in Racine, Wisconsin. And all the evil, satanic nastiness is right here. And we are in the thick of it. And they are doing whatever they want. I mean, we've had judges end up dead, sheriffs end up dead, lawyers end up dead. I just had a news reporter from the next county over end up hung, supposedly hung. So it is bad here, man. It's bad. We're in and people don't know about it. Mainstream media ain't gonna report on it. They're not reporting on it. The only way we're gonna get this stuff out to the rest of the nation to get their eyes on what's going on here is through these podcasts and stuff. And that's one of my main goals, is to build this podcast system as big as we can and create something beautiful to fight against this corruption, evil. But we've been at this for over 2.5 years, man. I'm just an everyday person. Had a discussion with my kid, got me off the couch, dedicated my life back to God, hit the ground running. We experienced the power of the people, created a Facebook group, turned into a movement, shut down a countywide mask mandate, got our school board charged with open meetings violations, constitutionally protected county, 60-something protests, 70-something events. Matter of fact, I was helping governor candidates and so many candidates across the state. I started doing the biggest events in the state for these candidates, non-affiliated party candidates, because they didn't want us doing it. So much. I can go on and on and on, but we're not taking.
So are you only? I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Are you only on Facebook?
Oh no, we're on.
Is that the only platform?
Nope. Facebook, MeWe, Signal, Telegram, Rumble, YouTube, Instagram, TikTok, and then our website is ffcw.us. That is probably the main place you guys want to go, because we have all of our podcast event. Well, not all of them, but a good majority of all of the events, pictures, podcast interviews, anything. It's all on there for you guys to go listen to, and it's a database that will be there forever for future generations to always be able to go to our website and just see what we've done.
Did you say that was?
We fought.
Did you say that was ffcw.us?
Yes, sir. Yep.
Okay.
ffcw.us. Yep. And we're doing something. I've been working on something for 6 months here with AJ from the Rip and Rabbit Hole. You guys might want to check his site out too, ripandradbithole.com. Amazing individual, many talents. But I just bought another web domain, and we're going to do a My Freedom Direct, which now we're going to bring all these Patriot-owned businesses together on a platform, and so we can support Patriot-owned businesses and keep this money away from the government. Work never stops, man. It's going to take everybody and all the ideas and skill sets, and we might not agree on everything, but the one thing that we can agree on is freedom, and we can use everybody and all their skill sets can come. It's gonna take all of us, man. God forbid if it comes to the second, nobody wins. Nobody wins. If it comes to that, we have to be smarter. They are few, we are many. They need us. They can't kill us all. So they are few, we are many. We got to get smarter and more structured, and that's happening. Something happened this week. I was kind of getting discouraged a little bit. There was a little bit of a lull period there, and then all of a sudden on Monday, yesterday, things blew up, took off, and I haven't had much sleep in 2 days here. But that's what you got to do to make things happen. So here I am with you guys, and I'm honored to meet you guys and humbled and excited.
Well, we appreciate it.
Yeah.
You've got all over. The one above you, Dorinda, she's from Canada.
Awesome.
Chuck's Texas. Tennessee Ridge Runner, but he's in Missouri now. And then Devil Dogs in Wisconsin. Chris,
I'm in Tennessee.
I don't know where you are.
I'm in Tennessee.
Tennessee.
Devil Dogs.
I don't
know.
You
got your mic muted, Dorinda.
D-Dogs in Michigan.
Pittsburgh.
Michigan, okay.
Oh, that's right. I'm sorry. Whoops. I knew that.
I'd like to get in contact with each and every one of you guys. Tell you the truth, I think it's very important that this networking is gonna be vital, so we can share knowledge amongst each other and stay in contact, make things happen. We are in a battle here, man. We are in a battle. So Trump got Mar-a-Lago raided, and then a few weeks later, Lindell was raided, phone taken. 2 days after that, they surrounded me. They wanted my phone as well, except they had done it too early, and I didn't get out of my car yet. So when I had two come from the left, two come from the right, two from the rear, they left just a small path for me to get out, and I put it in reverse and backed out slowly. And they didn't get out of their car or put any sirens on or nothing. So I just continued to drive home, and they followed me to my house in a pit maneuver. One truck a foot off my bumper, and right on my quarter panel, there was a Mustang on a marked car. And I swear they were trying to flip me that day. And if there was any less cars on the highway, they probably would have did it that day. But they're coming after me. I'm speaking too much truth here.
You're not the only one. Trust me.
I was debating on going to witness protection there for a second, but I'm like, you know what? That's what they want me to do. I'm out here. I'm going to fight them face to face.
Let me tell you a little story about something that happened about 60 miles from where I am in this state a couple of weeks ago. All right, let's go back a year. A year ago, a 56-year-old preacher in Mount Juliet, Tennessee, and a bunch of his followers went to an abortion clinic. All right, they didn't get violent. The only thing they did is that they were in the place and they were singing hymns. They weren't even arrested that day. Now, fast forward a couple of weeks ago, the FBI raids this guy's house. He's 56-year-old preacher. He's got 11 children.
Wow.
They come in full SWAT gear, armed to the teeth, and drag him out of the house. And his wife's trying to find out what's going on. They told her they didn't have to tell her a damn thing.
What state is this?
In Tennessee. Mount Juliet, Tennessee is where it happened.
Wow.
As a matter of fact, Tucker Carlson did a story about it last week. So, you know, and now, mind you, the local law enforcement weren't with them. These were feds in unmarked cars.
Yep, that's what hit me up here.
That stormed this guy's house. Now, where I live, the high sheriff here, he's a good friend of mine. And he said it repeatedly, and so is most of his deputies, that if the feds try to enforce some kind of firearms law, he would deputize every legal citizen in this county.
Man, support that man with everything you got, because he's got more legal authority than the FBI.
Absolutely. And so, you know, I'm just saying, when they come to your door, you know, if you've got law enforcement that doesn't agree with the stupid shit they're doing, excuse my language, Bonnie, with the stupid stuff that they're doing, they're not going to be included in the raid whenever the feds show up at your door. So,
well, they still have a warrant. I mean, they can't just come in your house, knock your damn door down for no reason. Excuse my language.
they had a warrant for him.
Okay.
And so, but you know, it's just, you know, this guy is harmless.
Right.
You know?
I mean, how many children does he have? They didn't have to do it that way.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
This guy's got 11 kids, and they were all home at the time.
There's if they really cared about the people, they could have structured that. If they could have did something with a phone call, they could have waited outside the gate, something. You know, there's no way you do that to the children.
Here's the biggest kicker of it all. The feds are trying to put this guy away for 11 years for domestic terrorism.
For what? What did he do?
That's just it. He didn't do anything. He and his followers sang hymns in front of this abortion clinic a year ago. So this is another fine example. So, you know, if you say anything against, you know, abortion and all like that, that puts you on the screen with everybody else.
Hey, that's our free speech, man. Don't ever stop saying. I seen a comment scroll by here. I just want to clearly state that I don't advocate for any type of violence. And like I said, the Second Amendment should only be used if we have no other options. And we still got options to use, but I don't advocate for any type of violence. But what happened to that man down in Tennessee, I'll tell you how you stopped that man. And this is how we did it here in the state of Wisconsin is we started holding bi-weekly meetings, a nonpartisan community, and that's what we are, a nonpartisan community grassroots group. That's what you need to start doing. Not a party affiliated, a community grassroots group, because that's how you're going to make the most amount of impact in each one of your counties, and you need to establish one in each one of your counties.
Well, we have a little bit of a redneck network here in this county. You know, most of us know each other. All of us are armed. So, and we communicate with shortwave radios.
Well, I'm talking about just a grassroots, nonpartisan grassroots movement. So you can take it to your city council, hold your sheriff accountable, your county board, your health department, whatever it may be, whatever problem you have. Because right now, man, these people are passing finance committee. Go put 2 people in there because they're going to fly stuff under the radar. We need to babysit these people. This is how much we have to fight. I mean, we need a lot of people out here and watching babysitting our own government. It's sad, but actually, you know, we allowed this government to get this bad. It is actually our fault, really. You know, and I hold my members accountable. I said, your fault, it's your fault, it's your fault, it's your fault, it's my fault. And I'll be damned, man. I'm sorry that I was asleep this long. But hey, I'm here now, and I will not fail each and every one of you guys in this moment going forward. And I'll stand by each and every one of your side until my last breath, because that's how important this is. And you just have to just lead, man. Give them that spirit, and it spread like wildfire all over this state. And holy crap, man, we got tens of thousands of people out here battling with this government every single day for 2.5 years, man. We have not let up. Every time they try to do something to us, we come back in waves. And that's what we have to do. And but it takes a lot of people. Every single committee meeting, parks, rec, anything, at least have 1 or 2 people there. So
Yes, fault when we ain't done nothing with it in the last 10, 20, 30 years. We should have been seeing it.
Yeah, we were seeing it, right? But hey, just trust your government, right? You know, you can count on them to do what's best for the people.
Yeah, we thought we elected out, and it didn't work.
Yeah, and I can tell you, man, with 100% complete truth and honesty, no BS, I'm going to sit here and tell you guys the absolute truth. We are not free, and our vote does not matter. Our vote does not matter any longer. By rights, we could be the Second Amendment, because it's tyranny what they're doing. But nobody wins. Nobody wins if it comes to that. So we have to get smarter, more educated. Education is vital, key to how, you know, we have to educate our America what it even means to be an American. It's sad, but I tell you what, Americans love a good fight, and we need to. People really need to understand that. You know, we have the fighting spirit. We reclaimed our freedom by fighting, but right now it's we're in a war. It's an informational war right now.
Well, it's a fight with a pen, and it's not a fight. But that's why when you do go to vote, you need to make sure that it's in person.
Mm-hmm.
They require an ID, on paper.
Yep.
And you get a receipt. You make sure that you see it logged, documented, so that you have backup. Some way there is a way to check if you voted.
I'm gonna drop a truth bomb on you guys right here, right now. I built a team of very qualified computer whizzes here, and did extensive amount of research on this postcard that ended up at my team member's house, and her mother was dead. All right, this postcard ended up there in her mother's name. So we took that postcard and researched everything that was on that postcard and linked it back and connected the dots. And of course, it was, you know, a Democratic Party, the Blue Wave Group or something. I can't remember the name of it, but it ended up linking it back to this Lin Yangpeng from China. And what they do is they sell these packages of postcards and pre-stamped and all that stuff, send them out to dead people. And this is how they're harvesting ballots. Well, throughout connecting the dots, lo and behold, this Blue Wave organization goes right to Washington, D.C. at this certain address. In the very same building across the dang hall is the head hospice organization of the United States. So you tell me why the head hospice organization and this Blue Wave postcard group are in the same building. And I'm going to tell you something right now that is absolutely sickening. In comes COVID, and all of our elderly start dying. Where do them names go? Right to the head hospice organization And from there, it goes right across the damn hall to this postcard group movement to harvest ballots. And we have that, and we're getting ready to release that video, and it's going to rock this nation that they're killing our elderly off to harvest the damn votes. And we all know what they did in the hospitals, and the hospitals got incentives and all this crap. And that is 100% complete and honest truth. We connected them dots and have the proof. What I just told you there. It's nasty, you guys. It's nasty. We got all kinds more truth. The battles here in Wisconsin, it's unbelievable. Unbelievable. Robin Boss, one of the...
So, and I would bet $1 to a biscuit with everything you know, it hadn't even scratched the surface of all
Not even.
going on.
There's so much more I can tell you. I could sit here for 6 hours. Nothing surprises me anymore. One thing I can tell you is we cannot trust any of these 501c 4 organizations. They're all
well, they're all in it together.
They are all in it together to get your money, to waste your damn time, get your contact information. Because why? Because when they go to implement this agenda, they needed to identify the patriots that were out here standing up first. It's sick stuff, but that's what we're up against, that and a lot more. And this is the moment in time that, like I said, our parents told us about. If we do not stand up in this moment, it's all over. Not just for the United States, but the whole world. You know, there's a reason why these other countries won't dare step foot on our land here. And it's not because of our military. They are afraid of we the people. They will never step foot on our land.
That's the reason how come they haven't taken all our weapons yet.
We're the last remaining hope for the freedom in this world. And the battle is in Wisconsin. I got a lot of information that I don't know how I'm going to get it out there yet, but I have the information I got is concerning. It give people nightmares, but the castle is right in Racine, Wisconsin. Of all the elites, there's a reason why they're there. And we are up against Gene here, and you know it's concerning. It sounds concerning, but I tell you what, I can't wait to wake up every day, and I get to do this stuff. So,
and we're proud of you for that. We are aware of everything that you're speaking of. That's why we get together, trying to figure out how to move forward, how to get through the here and now, and how to rebuild afterwards, because obviously this didn't work.
Oh, it's failed.
For the
You're
people.
right. Yep. This nation's gonna fall.
And it's not just one state; it's every state.
It is every state.
If you see what's coming into your state from the border, every state's seeing that. Every state is dealing with every single thing that is being thrown out right now.
I encourage you guys to make them nonpartisan grassroots groups immediately. Start holding bi-weekly meetings and create a Facebook group. However you can get them people to get there, and you find them people that are awake, and you get together and address these problems as a community. And we need to get together immediately and start spreading this word and education far and wide, because that's going to be a vital key part of, like you just said, structuring and preparing for how we're going to get through this on the back end of it.
You know where my favorite place to come out on people community-wide? In the middle of the dollar store. Last time I did it, I ended up with 30 people around me while I walked out after I told them, and they talked, she said, for 2 or 3 hours after I left out there. Everybody walk up, what's going on? And I was afraid for a little while, because a lot of these people know where I live, that I'd get run out of town or tried to, but that never happened. I got more and more people waving at me and talking to me now. But
You don't waste any opportunity, man. Get their phone numbers. Like I said, that would have been a good opportunity to be like, hey, there's 30 people here. Let's start holding some meetings, you know. And it doesn't. And all it has to be is a nonpartisan grassroots group community meeting. You don't have to have. I mean, we labor. You know, we're the Freedom Fighters of Central Wisconsin, but I mean, it's a harmless name. We ain't out to create no.
Good way to get a list, be a neighborhood watch kind of thing.
We have one of them too, man. I mean, we are well prepared here. I'd love to just keep sharing everything that we're doing and how structured we are and the network that we have. I'd like to get you guys my phone number, and just if you guys need something,
in private chat, you have a message.
Give me a call, or I'll give you guys a call, or whatever. You know, help each other out because it's time to love thy neighbor. I just want to say, our mission statements. I'll check this out in a second. Our mission statement from the beginning. Now we got two of them. One was with God leading the way, Constitution in our hands, and we the people by our side. The Freedom Fighters of Central Wisconsin will bring back the American spirit, American values, and American way of life for future generations. And we hold ourselves accountable and true to that from day one. Now, our second one is more of kind of a commitment to ourselves and our community, but it says the Freedom Fighters of Central Wisconsin will be an instrumental force to carry forward and preserve our God-given rights, liberties, and freedom as Americans. These duties bestowed upon us and our patriotic members form a shield of impenetrable character and steadfast courage to always do what is right by our community and America. And we don't waver upon that. We do what is right. We hold ourselves with integrity. We be the bigger people. And we do this unafraid, with courage, respectfully, but boldly. We use the law, the Constitution, and the American spirit to fight this battle. I don't get into bickering with the left. I don't at all. It doesn't serve any purpose. They sit back and laugh at us because that's what they want. If the left wants to bash us or whatever the heck, thank you. Have a nice day. We'll be here with open arms when you fully wake up. We're going to need them people, and they are starting to come to the middle. So I don't feed into it. I don't encourage it. We hold ourselves with integrity, with God leading the way in every aspect of everything that we do here. It's time to bring back what Americans are supposed to be about. And we don't do all just business neither and get down and dirty. We have family events. We have Easter egg hunts and potlucks and go roller skating and meet each other. I mean, we throw bigger Easter egg hunts than our city does. It's crazy the support that we're getting. But we don't just talk the talk. We walk the walk. We do it. When we say we do, we say what we mean. We mean what we say, and we follow through with everything that we launch. Whether we win or fail, we always complete the task. If we fail at something, we take everything that we've learned for that for the next one. I mean, really, it's just common sense stuff. It's being we are. God tells us to be, being an American, re-educating our nation, and doing what is right in this moment. And that's going to get us through this.
Well, in my community, the way I've been reaching out is for any kind of an emergency, tornado, fires, whatever, to not put a label on it, to not draw unwanted attention, just to, that's kind of how you just start vetting your neighbors, see kind of what they're looking at, but make it more a common goal for all, as no matter what side they're on, what party, whatever.
Absolutely.
It's just more.
God bless you.
a community togetherness. We're figuring out who's selling beef from their cattle, who's producing produce, farmers markets, um, things like that. Milk, milk, who's selling eggs. It's um, and in your own community. And what are they giving their livestock? Things like that. Just to have those connections if need be. Because some people
Absolutely.
are not able to produce on their own.
Yeah, absolutely. I highly encourage that we do that here as well. That's another function of the freedom fighters. You know, that's all the stuff that we need to be doing. Um, we're kind of building our own like follow plan, sub govern or whatever, self governing if things and STHF
Self-sufficient.
shit hit the fan plan. I call it. Um, you know, all of that stuff is what we need to be doing, and you know, and is that Bonnie?
Yes.
Is that Bonnie that was talking? Okay, yeah, Bonnie. Yes. So individuals might have the passion that you do and the skill set that you do, and that is very much needed. But some people might not agree with, you know, that might not be important to them, and that's fine. They can go do what they want to do as well, because we're gonna need all of us are gonna need
Right.
each other, and and when it all
But
and the more
if
prepared we are,
anything
and
like
it all
that
comes together.
happened, right. But if there was a disaster of some sort, then they would be asking for help, and we can't turn our backs on our neighbors either.
No,
That's in the book.
yeah, and also establish a barter system. You know what I mean? Trade and barter system if things go bad. But
Yes. Yes.
yeah,
We
I
already do that.
encourage everybody to vet,
Some
vet everybody. Um, but always have your arms wide open because you know, Democrats, um, traditional Democrats are leaving that party because they're understanding it's crazy. Okay, and they have been harmed and they've been abused as well. They've had enough of this stuff, and I knew it was going to happen eventually. They were going to have enough of it, and it's beginning to happen. And I'm very excited. What's happening here in Wisconsin?
yeah. Well, it's
Love thy
almost
neighbor.
gotten to where it doesn't even matter the parties, because I mean, you look at the Republican Party that went to the prison in DC. Did anything happen? No. You look at the senators that came down to the border. Was anything resolved from that? No. We're not seeing any results.
because
So
they're all
it
in
really
it
doesn't.
together.
You are who said that?
I did.
Exactly.
Yep, Chris. You are
Chris.
exactly right. This is a uniparty. It is their club and we ain't in it. And it's a uniparty. So either you had the people that were enforcing this stuff on upon us, or you had the gutless Republicans that sat back and watched it happen. Maybe signed a couple bills that got vetoed or whatever. They didn't do crap. We need to replace 95% of this government immediately, from the local school boards to the White House, and that's the truth,
I'm sorry.
really,
I'm
because
sorry, Bonnie. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
they've
That's
been
okay.
conditioned for so long
They just
to
did it.
fall in line.
Yes, they're just doing it for photo ops. And
Yeah, come
on
on.
Anyway, I got to
Saturday
run.
at
Thanks for having
the
me up, Bonnie.
Nice to meet you, Chris.
okay, Chris, thank
Good
you.
meeting you.
Saturday at the National Mall, they are having Sean Foyt is putting it on. He's on Facebook, and it is a huge prayer and worship. They're a worship team, and he has put out a movie. It's called the Spreaders. I think it's called The Spreaders. I have the DVD on my other computer to order, but he's going to show it also, and he's going to do all of that live, and I'm going to share it here on my channel Saturday.
Awesome. Yeah.
And because that's the first thing, is getting our souls right for whatever happens.
Yeah, absolutely. It's time to get right with
I
God
feel.
right now. Yeah. This is a spiritual battle
Yes.
between good and evil. Amen to that. Amen to that.
Link. Who's wanting it? It is. It's a spiritual warfare just as much as anything else, or more, because this is good versus evil, and
In the state of
we got to pray
Wisconsin,
that evil doesn't win.
God's going to carry us through this. Something so beautiful has happened since I got off the couch. I can't even explain how I am even in this position. I really, other than it's Him guiding it. Because tell you what, like I said, I not college educated. I'd never done any of this stuff before. I wasn't even in politics in 2.5 years. What we've been able to do here, it was like He unlocked a different part of my brain or something. Really, I can't even explain it. I have dreams about this stuff at night. Wake up in the middle of the night, I write down notes and stuff. And it's all been very easy to do. It's common
Oh, I
sense stuff.
understand.
But I really do love what I'm doing. I mean, not many people can, wake up in the morning, call the, state representative sitting in the capital of the state of Wisconsin and be like, "Hey, Tim, I think I got a good idea here today. I want to shut down Madison and hold one of the biggest rallies ever held down there, and throw a jumbotron up on the steps too while we're at it." And he starts laughing, and I'll be danged, I made it happen in 30 days. Flew in speakers all around the United States, and put the correct individuals up there for election integrity.
That's great.
And this is America. We can do whatever we put our minds to do. We can make it happen. How much are you willing to sacrifice? How much effort are you willing to put in to accomplish your goals? And I'm willing to do whatever it takes in this moment, because this is it. This is our last chance.
I agree. Hi, Mama T.
Hi, Bonnie. How are you?
I got this new dog. It's a Chihuahua. He's running all over my property.
Fine, thank you.
Good. Hi, Dorinda. Chuck. So, Brock, I have a question.
Yeah, shoot away. Yep.
Okay. Have you heard about what the CDC is doing with the jabber thing and wanting to put it in with the immunizations of our children?
Yep. I think I know who's. Has anybody really looked into that to see if that's actually really happening?
They have a meeting on the 19th of this month.
Okay, so on the CDC website, it is stated that meeting will be happening.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Yeah. So we did get posts circulated around the state of Wisconsin, asking us to share that. Well, I can tell you right now, that is the post that was trying to be circulated was the same posts that our Facebook groups were getting shut down and taken from us for. Okay.
Imagine that.
So I highly recommend, if you're going to post that on Facebook, which I at this point would encourage you to post it. Just be smart about how you post it. You know, maybe make a post stating, you know, valuable information in the comments below, and then post that, and then put that flyer in the comments. You know what I mean? Because the algorithms don't catch that. You know,
Right.
and it'll save you a shadow banning or a violation or potentially your group getting taken. They've
No.
we're on our. I think I got 4 different groups on Facebook now. Freedom Fighters. They took our first one. I had like 10,000 members, and I mean, these people have gone to great lengths to shadow ban me and shut me up, to the extent of where they took my Facebook account, and for me to get it back, I had to take a picture of my driver's license and send it into them. I mean, you know, you don't even need a driver's license to vote, but I'll be danged, you better have it to get your Facebook account back, right? I mean, Jesus, where are we living in here?
Well, I'm in Facebook jail right now, so you know I still have another 5 days left before they let me back my account.
Hey, you're doing something right. That's what that lets me know.
Yes. Yeah, they don't like me too well. It's like every other week I get put in Facebook jail, but this time I got put in for 30 days.
You know, through the whole journey, 2.5 years, I got 4 different Facebook groups here. They took one of them. So they took one of my groups. I've never sat any ban ever. They took my Facebook account once, but I get them right back after I 3 times in one day I had to take a picture of my driver's license to get my account. In one day, they refused to take my personal account, and they refused to ban me for 30 days. So what that tells me is what they're doing is they want me to and whatnot. They're shiesty. You know, you guys are aware that the FBI runs Facebook, right? CIA,
Yeah.
the government.
Yeah.
I mean, we willingly give them every piece of information
Yeah,
about our life right on Facebook. Hey.
I even put the facts up there, you know, and tell them fact check this, because I give them what they're going to fact check anyhow. So it doesn't matter. And I think that's what makes them mad, because I'll tell them, hey, Facebook, fact check this.
Mm-hmm. I do the same
and then they
stuff,
knock
man.
me down.
They won't. Matter of fact, I just couldn't believe this one. They have me as one of the top 10,000 Facebook administrators group of the Facebook organization. I don't ask me. It don't make no damn sense at all. Because I post the same stuff that people get banned for 30, 60 days. I post the same stuff. They don't touch me. But if I share too many live videos to too many groups, because I share to like over 300 groups and reach over, 400,000 people. But if I share my video to too many groups, they'll take my Facebook account. And then I'll take a picture of my driver's license. It's crazy. That's why we went to all these other platforms. So I have a dedicated director of operations that she just shares and shares and shares and shares. And I think she's got 3 or 4 accounts, and they ban hers. And it's just it's crazy. It's a continuous battle.
Hello, everyone.
Who's that? Hello.
It is.
I have no
Hi,
desire.
D-Dog.
I have no desire to get on Rumble. I have no desire to get on TikTok either.
D-Dog, did you have a question for me?
No, if you guys need any help with getting the affidavits out or anything, get a hold of me.
You okay?
Always.
So I'm sure if you're doing the affidavits on probably the level I think you guys are aware of David Jose.
Yeah, okay.
You heard of him, right? Or no?
Yeah, but our group's like way over the top of his head.
Okay. Yeah, well, I've had some run-ins with that guy in Wisconsin. I called him out for what the heck he was for, and I mean, we went through that whole process. I got into it with him, and it was, I mean, yeah, it was what it was, but yeah. So we do have a great affidavit team, and matter of fact, her name is Carla Leffler. I would greatly appreciate to be able to introduce you to her, because that is her thing. That's her skill set. That's her passion, and I would love to get you guys in contact and be able to maybe even share some knowledge about what's working, what's not working. I mean, that's what we should be doing. So I appreciate that.
Yeah, well, we've been doing a lot of the four corner rule. Like if we're quoting a case, we'll usually put it into a box, to separate it out of the document. So it stays strictly with constitutional law instead of getting into the legal crap.
Okay. I'm gonna type in my phone number here for you guys. Is this chat? If I
Look, we lost him.
Yeah, he ran away.
Probably a bad connection.
Whoops. Didn't get his number in either, did he? Wonder if he needs the link again.
I just said sorry. I got everything closed up pretty good. I ain't got it perfect, but I got 2 light bulbs that ought to be enough in there to keep it warm enough not to freeze it. I got a painter light, but I don't want to watch it.
Yeah, you again? You found your way back?
apologize, I hit the wrong button.
Been there, done that.
If I put my phone number in this chat, it'll just be us that see it, right?
Yeah, if you put it in private chat, only the 6 of us will see it.
All right.
Yes.
Did you grab my my number and my email?
Sure did.
That's good.
Yeah, we'll get your affidavit group into writing remonstrances and estoppels, and we'll get some shit happening for you.
Yeah. So the way they, kind of David Jose, from what I'm understanding, steered them kind of in the wrong way. We appreciated him, teaching everybody how to do the process. We needed to learn it, but I don't think the affidavits didn't have any teeth. I think he was using like a Black's law with the affidavits or something. So I greatly appreciate any knowledge that you may be able to share with that team, and they would be very happy.
Yeah, his stuff is a good place to start to learn and to get your feet wet.
Mm-hmm.
But the stuff that we're doing is let's see, before the Roe Wade thing happened, through the Supreme Court, we were blowing up the Supreme Court and Congress about deprivation of rights for the unborn baby, getting sentenced to death without due process and everything else. We were doing that route. Man. So that's probably why the Supreme Court says, oh, no, the state can decide now.
God bless you for them efforts, man. Appreciate your hard work.
Yeah, we're trying to get rid of all the CFA members, Council of Foreign Affairs, that are in the high-level executive positions. We're trying to get rid of all those son of a bitches, because that's the ones that are actually running the country and screwing up the world.
We're going through some rough times, like never seen witnessed before in our lifetime. But concerning times, but it's also been a blessing because it's awakened us. And so many people are learning how our government should be ran and how bad it really is. So sometimes you need to take a couple good blows to wake up a little bit, right?
Like to the left or whatever.
But it's not just to the left. It's
Someone just hit 100 subscribers tonight, and I don't know who it was. But I did subscribe to him, whoever it was.
good.
Is that Josh? You're kind of muffled. I can't hear you too well there.
Yes, that's Josh, and it is hard to understand him with his mic.
Oh, okay.
And maybe that absolutely true. We have too many of those.
Yeah. Well, I think I'm gonna get going here. I just got off a call with D, and my work never stops. I think I need to recharge my batteries, my phone battery as well. But you guys stand strong and keep up the fight. This is the stuff that we need to be doing. Sure appreciate you inviting me on the show, and
I appreciate you coming on, Brock. Thank you.
man, it's a blessing.
It
It's
was
humbling, an honor.
it was interesting hearing your stuff. Awesome.
Good meeting you, Brock. No more than I talked to you. I've been busy outside trying to winterize my plant stuff.
It's that time of the year, right? Yeah, I was getting my chicken coop winterized up today, and fixing odds and ends. I got 10 acres here in Plover, a little hobby farm. But I know it. Just keep up the fight, you guys.
We're supposed to drop down in the 20s and be back in the 70s, so it's just enough cold weather to kill shit.
Hey, Brock.
Best
Hey,
weather
Christy.
money can,
There she is.
Sorry, Chuck.
Hey.
best weather money can buy.
Yeah.
Yeah, I heard you put a light. You put a light in your chicken coop or on your plants?
My plants, I put 2 regular lights, took my LEDs out of there, and if it ain't, I'm gonna check in a minute what the temperature is. I might just put a painter light out there. That'll warm it up.
Yeah, just
Hey,
don't cook
Did I
them.
send you?
Do what?
Don't cook them.
Yeah, no, I don't want cooked little tomatoes yet.
I'm glad you got
Give
on,
me a
Brock.
number.
I'll be on with Brock in the morning, you guys.
Yeah, I'll be right back at it. And then
I
I got
I wanted to
city-
tell you something before you left too, because Brock, I asked him a question. I want to tell you guys before he goes, if he had anyone in his organization that was into the PMAs, because that was something that D Dog was teaching us early on when he found all our little groups. That's he's like a little evangelical constitutionalist, right? Not little, he's like a big. So PMAs was something that I was really interested in right away and did. I told you I did that. And so I asked Brock, and man, within an hour, he had this girl on with me that does a lot with PMA. She has her own private minstrel association, and she's going to be on with us Thursday. So definitely move her to shake her right there. And
she's amazing.
I think
Brock, you want her email? Sorry, I thought
Go
you
ahead, Chuck.
stopped.
I'm done. Go ahead. Yep.
Somebody, I didn't mean to interrupt. Somebody out there was wanting, before he left, wanting to know about his number, and she said she'd send me an email, and I can give it to him, and he can email her. Said her son's a computer diddler. It could be helpful.
I didn't know if she was kidding. I thought she was joking.
No, she's faith by nature. I want the number. Guy's son's a perfect computer diddler. He's excellent. Give me that number, please. And then she said she'd email me. I'll give you the number. Let's see, where's it at?
Yeah.
I'll send you my email. So
I'm gonna drop our website link again, and that's ffcw.us. Anybody can reach us out there if they want to jump on board to help or whatnot. Check our workout. Other than that, we're on Facebook, Freedom Fighters Central Wisconsin. We have a Facebook page, the same name. Also on Telegram, we Signal, Rumble, YouTube, all the same name, Freedom Fighters Central Wisconsin. I encourage everybody to check us out, and I can't wait to hear from each and every one of you guys next time. I hope you get invited back on the show and
You might
have personal conversations with every one of you.
Bonnie's tough. She's a tough one. That Bonnie.
Bonnie, yeah.
Yeah, she runs a really nice stream. She's always run a really good stream. Yeah, Dorinda.
Doing some good work.
You missed it.
Everybody.
How do you know? I might have been watching.
Did you hear Bonnie swear online tonight?
What?
Bonnie used her potty mouth.
No, my goodness. You say crap?
Guess what? I was taking all the credit for it.
No doubt.
Kissock has a new nickname.
You or Chuck. What do you do?
All right, Patriots, I got to get going.
Okay, Brock.
Thank you. God bless you for introducing. Thank you for God bless you for introducing me to these amazing patriots here. Everybody else, keep this fight going. Keep that freedom flame burning. And I always end my shows on keep that fight for freedom alive. Love you guys, man. Keep that fight up.
You take care.
Thanks for stopping in.
Thank you.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you guys. God bless.
Awesome.
It was nice meeting you.
Brock, I subbed. I didn't give you mine to exchange, but I'll worry about that later.
I'll send him your channel, Chuck. I sent him Bonnie's. I thought, how long will it take him to get on? Less than 5 minutes, y'all. Less than 5 minutes, okay? I was like, hey, Brock, here's my friend's channel. Check her channel out.
There's
I love
Victor. Hey, Victor. Yes, we need the big jar. It's in my about section, I think.
I'm out of frosting, so I'm eating mayonnaise. I'm just joking.
You people are
I was going to say, put some pineapple on it, and it's amazing. Mayonnaise and pineapple is so good. I know it doesn't sound it, but it is.
No,
It sounds disgusting.
That freaking mouse isn't dead. I thought it was dead yesterday.
You're still beating on walls.
No, I
Hello,
thought
me
it was
puppet.
taken care of. D-Dog, you got a
So
story? Because I got a story.
Okay.
Who's got a story? I have a story for the day we had.
Well, I was going to tell you, I asked Chat about doing, well, first I said a Bible study, and then I said, okay, just scripture reading Wednesday nights. And
Oh, yeah, I got your text. Yeah.
a lot seemed to be in on it.
Well, I would be interested in that.
Thank you, Josh. The floor is yours, D-Dog.
For what? I don't have no stories.
No, when you throw the bottle like that, I know what that means.
I want to see your breasts.
What's it mean?
It means he has a shirt that's funny.
Okay.
Wait. Let me.
La la la.
No, you're right.
No, you're right. Go ahead, Dorinda. You can read it. Let's do it the dumbest way possible because it's easier for you. Oh, I can just hear him saying that in that snarky ponytail. Good thing it ain't a man bun attitude.
Fuck you. I got that cough. I just don't know where it comes
yeah,
from.
yeah. I know what you mean.
And it's only for Deanna.
Huh? Only for me. Only for me. Mama T must have lost her internet. How are you, Josh Kinder? Oh man,
We're hanging in there.
hanging in there. Good to see you again.
Good to see you guys.
I like the Book of Daniel. I like studying about that statue. I have studied the Book of Daniel a couple times because it's very interesting. It's very historical. It can be all proven, which is cool. And the statue is a really fascinating story about what the metals are put in it and how they increase and decrease in strength and everything. It's a great book. I wonder if Trey Smith has anything on the Book of Daniel too. He would be fun to find something on, wouldn't he? That
Hello,
Trey Smith.
Garrett.
Who is
Sorry,
that?
dude.
That Trey Smith guy that Hawk was showing, the God
Oh,
in a Nutshell guy. I
Trey
wonder if he has
Smith.
anything because I don't really trust. I don't know. I'm hearing so many things. There's so many Christian artists and teachers. Um,
Well, and that's why we decided reading because
yeah.
so it doesn't get, well, this is the way I hear it. This is the way I hear it. This is what it really means. Just the word, period. You know?
Here you are, Mama T. Yeah, and then of course you want to talk about it, right? After you read it, don't you?
Bonnie, Brock wants to know if this live is shareable.
Yeah, it's
I don't
not
know
Yes,
what
it
that means.
is. If you
I'm just repeating the
if
question.
you X out of the okay, Dorinda. If you X out of the chat, Brock, and then you'll have the option to like something and share. And thank you very much if you share it. I appreciate it.
Tico made me feel really good today.
People did made you feel good today.
I said Tico did. Tico?
T-Girl's good at that.
T-girl.
Yeah.
Oh. Mm.
He put something in rescue chat because there's been rumors about me changing my YouTube name. People
Oh.
don't like how long it is.
Oh well.
Yeah.
Don't worry about. Don't
But
worry
I'm
about
not.
it.
But
Yeah.
I'm not changing it. I'm leaving it the way it is.
Good. Oh, so
Linda, do you have my email?
No, I do not.
Thank you, Brock.
But I can get it from Bonnie.
Yeah, Bonnie
Stop
has
it.
my permission to give out
Brock
my email.
scares me. Sorry. A little bit scary.
I remember when you used to say D-Dog scares me.
You do still
You're
scare me. But you both scare me in different ways. You're both frightening as hell. So guess what happened?
Faith by nature, you're great.
Want to hear a
Sorry,
story?
Dita,
Sure.
sure.
I'll tell you a story. I'm gonna tell you. So at 4 o'clock in the morning, the phone rings. Hear my husband talking to somebody. He comes back. I think it was probably one of the first times in my life I didn't want to hear what it was. I just didn't say who was it, what happened, because I knew it was something, commotion, right? So then when I finally got up later, I heard that our trailer and van was stolen while one of our employees was he was supposed to be cleaning a restaurant's hood cleaning, their grill thing.
Great good.
So Huh?
Range hood.
Yeah, that. So anyway, he got all wet, and so he went to his house to change his clothes because he was soaking wet, and he left the keys and his wallet full of cash in the car, and so somebody just drove off with the van and the trailer, and was like, "Thanks," you know. So then we get a call. They found the trailer, and my husband left, and I thought he was going to get it, and he didn't go get it right away. He went to his accordion lesson, and then the trailer was gone again when he went to go damn get the thing. And I was like, what the hell? And then he told me later it was probably a good thing that he did it because he didn't understand or make sense. He was beating himself up too. But if he would have went there and those guys would have showed up, and he CCs, you know, he said it probably wouldn't have been a good idea. So that's why he went to his stupid accordion lesson and let the and there was the van's a piece of crap. Okay, it's super old. It's already rusty. The trailer had like a $5,000 pressure washer machine that makes hot water. It's like so nothing is ever, no matter how much it's worth, right? It's never worth dying for, or you know. But so I guess a bunch of law enforcement, everybody was on it. I mean, at 4 in the morning, a couple of our employees went out and was looking for it around Eureka, and I'm glad they didn't find it. These are tweakers. Nobody needs to be dealing with it, but a bunch of law enforcement helped them. He said sheriffs, cops, they were all helped. We're 2 blocks from the Eureka Police Department. There was a damn shootout a couple years ago right there at our office. And that's when I told my husband, you better put a pew pew in the office. That was before he CC'd. Because that was crazy. So he does. He likes to be able to, you know, but if you're dealing with somebody who stole your shit, might not be a good thing.
Yeah, I wouldn't have one in there for them to steal either.
Might better cool off and then come back later. But then it was gone again. So I don't know how they found it again, but it was just like this today. Like, oh, it's stolen. Oh, they found it. Oh, it's stolen again. Oh, they found it. Oh, just stuff. Naked you come in, naked you're going. It doesn't matter. It's not worth your life. You know, this stuff is. Last week it was a neighbor coming to the gate to yell about my son and their little driving road rage incident again. This asshole put his arm through the window on my son and grabbed his shirt when my son was 16 one time. Stopped his vehicle in the middle of the road because my son was tailgating him. And gets out the car and grabs my son's shirt. I drove over to his house. I told you that story, right? I just yelled at him. Been you at my house, Andy.
Have you noticed the increase in road rage also? It's like everybody is at their freak out at this time. It's just everybody's just like triggered at the least little thing.
Everybody's taking Chuck lessons.
Yeah. Did you see that lady driving on her damn
Chuck?
Yo.
Brock's phone number is in chat now, in the private chat now.
I put my email in private chat.
I didn't talk to him enough.
I got his number. If anybody wants it, he'll let me give it to you. You just probably don't want to put it on YouTube because the bots will come after you.
Right.
It's hurt.
You talk to Faith by nature. She's I forgot who she said she was now.
She said she's nice.
Love to garden. Love to garden.
Love to garden. She's been on these channels a bunch. If you got her email, send it to her.
I don't have her email.
I don't either.
I found another light bulb I can go put out here, put more heat. I'll be right back. I know I'm dwelling on this shit too much.
Go to his group. Go to his group.
I'm worried you're going to get them too hot because I don't know that it's going to get that cold. I don't know, but he's 5 hours from me. I guess it could.
God bless you, Faith by Nature. You are a great person.
Loves to Garden is now Faith by Nature.
Oh.
Yes.
Just so you know.
Oh. It
And
don't
I'm
matter to
stepping
me.
down, folks. I'll watch the rest tomorrow. Love you all. Love you, chat.
Love you.
Good
Bye.
night.
Love you, Dorinda. Thank you.
Hi, Dorinda.
No problem. Good night.
Good night.
Oh, one time at band camp, well, my husband said when he was backpacking with this guy, this one guy kept saying, "Oh, I had a no, it's his cousin." His cousin kept saying when he was in Chicago with him, "I had a band. I had a band named that once," or something like that. You know, bullshitters. They're always loving to bullshit you with some bullshit. Where's the
I
swear
need
jar?
It's in my about section.
Is it okay? I obviously owe some money for tonight. Bullshit, bullshit, bullshit.
Oh, well, okay. You want to hear what I said earlier?
Yes, I do. What did you say?
I was,
Potty
it was,
mouth.
it just flew out. I was saying, I can't remember what I was saying, but I meant to say kiss off, and I said kick ass instead.
You said the donkey word? Oh, buddy.
And everybody called me out on it. Yes. they're all taking badges for who corrupted me.
Oh my gosh.
So,
Oh, I still
D,
got my sticker,
if
yeah.
you decide to go after that one cop that arrested you,
Yeah.
put this into your affidavit or your claim. It'll help.
I stand corrected.
Did you sit down without your notepad?
She
Man,
just walked
I don't, nope. I got it right here. It's right here. 18, section 18. No, United, what does USC stand for? United States Code?
Right.
Okay.
Are you sure that's what I don't think I said ass kisser. I don't know. No, I don't know. I'll have to re-listen to it.
Tell him to go away. We're having us a party right now. Damn it.
Yeah, y'all be surprised. Bonnie talks like a sailor when you get her drunk.
Yeah, but she gets drunk on icing.
She does not. She does not.
You're welcome, Faith. Y'all know I'm full of shit. She don't cuss. I've heard her say some stuff that made me go, ooh, but that's like nothing like I say.
Yeah, I haven't thrown out the F bomb yet.
So now my
Try
porch.
it. It's healing.
So now my porch looks like a meth lab.
Your what does?
My porch looks like a meth lab now.
Oh, said it again.
Chuck, what is your temperature there right
Breaking
now?
Bad, like on the show Breaking Bad.
Yeah, all that plastic hanging and multiple lights all in there, and let's
What is
see.
it?
I'm looking.
Okay.
No, I
I
gotta
didn't
look.
know if you heard me.
I know it's jacket 30 out there, but I don't know what the temperature is. Hold on.
Jacket 30. Woo.
And Ridge Runner, I so appreciate you coming up. I'm sorry that there
Yeah,
was
what
a big
happened?
discussion going on.
Oh, well.
First time on a panel, and
Made it.
he couldn't get a word in.
I know, but he could come back. At least he did it. You know, it's like it's kind of
Yes,
hard at first.
he
Anyway,
did.
he's lucky it wasn't just him and you, or not a lot of people.
43.
Okay, kiss off.
43 here.
Shit, whoever falsely
43.
represents himself to be an
Said by
officer.
1 o'clock it's going to be from 32 to 28 or somewhere in that area.
But D-Dog, I thought they were the government protectors. The way that reads to me is it says whoever falsely represents himself to be an officer, agent, or employee of the United States and in such assumed character arrests or detains any manner, searches buildings or other property. Um, he is it saying he's not an officer because it says impersonating? Okay,
He's
but
impersonating.
like that rent-a-cop.
Yep.
It's 51 here, Chuck.
Well, because
Yeah,
Safeway,
like
when I
10,
called Safeway, they were stunned to find out that the cops acted like bouncers. They didn't. That's not what they wanted. So why the is this guy doing that?
they're the strong arm for the company, is what they are. They're not for our protection.
They weren't
Sheriff,
even for the company
sheriff.
though. They weren't even for the company, Chuck. It's like who were they doing that for? Why did they feel the need to harass me in Safeway when Safeway didn't even give a shit? Well, they were kind
I
of
didn't mean the company as far as Safeway. I mean the company as far as the
the corporation.
USA Inc.
You're right. Yep. Yep. Hmm. Okay, but don't they work for the government, D-Dog? The police, Popo protects the government, sheriffs protects the people.
Yep, supposed
Well,
to.
the
No.
police, they're supposed to be peace officers and they're supposed to protect your community. And what they are, because of all the grants, they're policy enforcers. They're not peace officers.
Yeah, they're
So they're
stormtroopers.
in violation of that code. And
To
that
serve,
takes away their limited immunity. So
Is
you can
that a
go
common?
after them.
What were you saying, Chuck?
serve and protect their best interest.
Aren't they supposed to be like civil servant?
Peace officers. They're supposed to be peace officers. They used to call us and ask for money. And I'm like, who the hell are these peace officers? And my husband's like, it's the sheriff's posse. But that around here in Humboldt, where it's rural, I thought we think the peace officers are the sheriffs.
If you're out of city limits, then the
Yes.
county is your main
Yes.
law enforcement. If you're in the city, they think that the police are supposed to take care of the city, not the county. But if anything happens around me, I call the county. I don't want the police.
Right.
Yeah, I didn't even like the police in the 80s when they were a band.
I love the police. Sting too.
I mean,
Love me some police.
I would stand behind them if they stood behind me, but
That's it.
usually it's we have such a turnover you would not believe. I mean, I can get to know their names and then a week later it's all new names and it's like, why? What's going on here?
Because the one at the head is dirty and the good guys are probably leaving if they're dirty. Are they dirty or are they good? That's the question.
That's true.
Something ain't right. I mean, in Humboldt County, it's small enough where you can tell, probably anywhere, when you walk in a business and the vibe is, are the employees happy with their boss or do they just like tolerate their job or do they loathe their boss? And I remember there was a time at the checker, you'd ask a checker. I stopped asking them how they are because I don't want to hear all their freaking drama. I want to get my groceries, especially now, and WTFO, like quickly. And so I just quit engaging them because they stop working. They're like, oh, it'll be great when I get out of here. It's just like it'll be a lot better once I get done working. And like they're just so miserable and they want to tell you how miserable they are on the job. And so one of the best things we have going for us is if you have a business, the best thing you can have going for you is you treat your people like gold and they will love you. They will get up at 4 o'clock in the morning and go looking all over town for your piece of crap van and your trailer. That thing's 20 years old too, by the way. Just a pressure washer machine, but they will be faithful and loyal to you when you are to them. Entrepreneurs are where it's at, not these government jobs, but more people when you are in a town where you have more government jobs than you have entrepreneurs, and that's what they've done here too. Brilliantly executed that in 2020. They put out over 100 businesses. I kept thinking it was 60. People keep correcting me. They put out 100 businesses. Some of these mom and pops were here for 40 years. That's so criminal with their strong arming, with their politics, with their being policy enforcement, not peace officers.
But
So
who hires them? City council.
everyone's appointed here. No one has bonds here. None of these people. And we
Well,
got this. Yesterday's blog was about their salaries. The public health officer was appointed in January 2020, and he made 350,000 a year,
holy
30,000
cow.
30,000 a month. The sheriff makes 450,000 a year,
What?
but
What?
he also has two other positions. Don't forget, he's also the coroner and he's also the administrative of records. So he's holding three positions.
Well, so is ours, but he don't get nothing like that.
Well, it's
Well,
California,
we're
baby.
we're in a small county too, and but there was something you just said about the police.
They're policy enforcers, not
Oh,
peace
ours
officers.
are hired by the city council.
Right.
There you go, Bonnie. Just something stupid. It says it would be a miracle if I didn't whip your ass for putting this on my sandwich.
That's just sugared up mayonnaise.
I like it sometimes on certain things, but I use like Hellman's Dukes, just different ones. To me, a lot of them have their purpose, and it ain't on everything. I use regular mayo, dip fries in. That's German though. So.
Mayo's really easy to make with egg and oil. So easy. I used to make my own all the time. I used to make my own bread, mayonnaise, salad dressing. Oh my gosh, I used to make everything. I was in the kitchen all day. I was like slave
Chuck,
to
can you
food.
take over a second? I'll
Yeah.
be right back.
All right.
Slave to food. I was a slave to food.
Yeah, Miracle Whip or salad dressing, all that is what vinegar and sugar in it, other than making mayonnaise.
Yeah, some oil and some. In the Midwest, the Sperry family used to make the greatest salad dressing homemade every time they had a salad with pickle juice. It's the greatest base and mustard. Pickle juice and mustard. And then it was kind of runny, but we ate it that way. I mean, you
Yeah.
could thicken it up with some mayonnaise, and if I've blended a really good balsamic vinegar, olive oil, and some mayonnaise. Oh man, some salt and pepper. That's a killer salad dressing. Delicious.
Buddy of mine's wife used to whip egg whites into balsamic when she'd make it and make it. And it was almost like a Miracle Whip salad dressing, but it tastes like balsamic vinegar dressing.
Mm-hmm.
But if you guys like Cane's dip or whatever, like from Cane's chicken fingers. It's almost like same as making Heinz 57. It's like Worcestershire mustard, mayo, a little bit of ketchup, a lot of pepper.
I love Heinz 57. It's one of my favorites. You put pickle juice in your spaghetti sauce? That's wild. I put red wine or balsamic usually and brown sugar. A little tiny bit of brown sugar. If I'm making it, usually I'm opening a jar now and putting it in a pot. Lazy cook. It's terrible. I'm just so sick of spending, hours in the kitchen. I don't enjoy it anymore. I used to. I'm sure it's when the kids moved out.
I was hungry a minute ago and broke down and ate bullshit. I ate a can of Chippardi ravioli and I despise that shit.
Oh gosh, I grew up on that garbage. Raviolis were the bomb, though. They were the good. Oh, beefaroni. I still love chili mac to this day. That's a good dish. You can always make chili mac.
If you see it in the can, the Chippardi lasagna, I like it, but it's like it don't taste like none of their other stuff.
It's
It don't
kind of.
taste like lasagna either, but it's good.
Oh, D Dog, Mama T wants a can of your beans. We're gonna come pick it up, okay? Would you send me your address? Her and I are gonna come visit you.
Yeah,
You
great.
right, Mama T? We're coming to Michigan.
What, you
Bye.
guys need my address down in Panama?
I'll go to visit you in Panama. Sure. Tequila.
From what I'm seeing, D-Dog, it ain't even really safe down there anymore. They say they're overwhelmed with South Americans coming through there.
Camo. Why are you typing? Why aren't you up here? You made venison sloppy joe. I used to love sloppy joes. I haven't had those in years. Venison sloppy joes would be the bomb.
The money people are hiding around the island of Africa down way around there. There's nothing there.
Eating 5 does not make you a pig. Buns were small. They call those sliders, honey. Those are sliders. So yeah, you can eat a dozen of them. What to? You're gonna make deviled eggs for your kids. Should I nor do it? I'm getting freaked out. That's not that big of a thing to contemplate.
I
You
love
gotta like 2 more days before it's the weekend, and you know, worry about today only. That's my best advice. Worry about today only. Faith by nature. But if they requested it, I would make it for them. Yes, I would do that for my kids.
I love deviled eggs, but I like them with.
But we love our kids, right?
I was doing the keto thing a couple of years ago, and I find out that we could have like a tablespoon and a half of mayo and a dozen eggs to make deviled eggs. Yeah, you'd think we were eating cake, me and my son, because it just changed so much. And it's like one half carb, I think we got out of each deviled egg because we added that. But it was like you'd think we were eating frosting or chocolate or because we've been eating just meat and eggs and cheese.
Okay, but how do you prove that they're a policy enforcer and not a peace officer? But is that arrest enough to show that?
Well, as soon as they step on your rights, right there, you got it. If you haven't broken a law that they can actually state, then as soon as they demand your ID, they're done.
Yeah, like what was you saying? A mandate's not a law; it's just a suggestion, right?
Well, it's not even that.
I never would give him my ID. I never gave him my ID. Any of them. One tried to get it from me, and I was going for my wallet like a natural. And then I'm like, wait, what are you doing? And then I'm like, wait, why do you want my ID? You're supposed to deal with them. And then he told me, look up penal code 185. I looked it up. You know what it means? You're supposed to identify yourself when an officer addresses you. And I said,
And all
no,
you have,
I don't need to look it up because you're wrong. But that was a
and you
fun
can
one.
verbally say, woman, whatever.
Well,
But
he's violating your Fifth Amendment.
But what y'all are saying,
What
that's
is
how
my
these
Fifth
people are getting shot whenever they don't do what they tell them to do.
They're
No
paying
one has
mafia.
gotten shot for not showing their ID.
I'm not afraid to get shot.
That
I
one
wasn't
lady,
afraid of that cop manhandling me. He could have shot me. He could have shot
well,
me and that
that's what
guy.
I swear I saw a video of this lady. She would not give, or I think it was a lady or a man. I don't know. They wouldn't show their ID, and the officer started getting all irate. That wasn't very long ago. And it was a kid. It was a 17-year-old kid, and he wouldn't show his ID. He was just sitting there eating his burger, and then so the kid drove off, and the cops started shooting at him.
That's rare. I mean, but I would not. You have to stand up for your rights. Yeah, it's scary, but damn, I'm doing it.
You're talking about that
Oh, yeah.
17-year-old at McDonald's in Texas
Yes.
about a week ago.
Yes.
Yep.
Well, he shouldn't have drove off, should he?
Nope.
I mean, he shouldn't have got shot at. But I don't mess with the police. I sit there and tell them more and more as I've learned more and more. But you know what? People don't understand. It's a biblical principle to train up your child, not just discipline your child. Like you put the object on the coffee
Yes.
table, and then you set that situation up so you can tell your kid no, right? That's training your child, not just whacking them when they don't even know. And that's like we are not prepared to
Yes.
deal with this mafia. Dealing with this mafia. So that's how I feel about it. And then when I learn how to deal with them, I'm like, oh hell no, you know. But it would be very scary to be outnumbered and have three armed ones around my car, and I would never drive off. I would never see myself like I'd let them arrest me and go all through it all. I'd be recording it up until I couldn't anymore, and I'd
Oh,
have
they
people
don't.
put me at jail and get me out. I mean, I'm not fleeing, nor am I going to be confrontational with the police. If they're going to be dirty, D-Dog's gone to jail. When they're dirty, they're dirty. You go to jail, then you deal with their ass afterwards, professionally, amicably. That's what you have to do. Hi, Cindy.
Well, I ask him if I'm free to leave, and then I go, "Am I under arrest?" No, we're detaining you on because we're in an investigation. Well, if you're detaining me, that's the same as an arrest. So I need you to read me my rights. And then they keep screaming about, "I need your ID. I need your ID." Well, every time I leave my house, I take them with me, and I give it to them whenever they ask for it.
That's what you give them.
That's great.
I give them my ID.
Okay.
See, well, the situation I was in, I didn't have any choice. I was the passenger in a vehicle that fit the description of a vehicle that robbed a store. So my best friend was driving, and we were going to college together, and we were coming home, and um, kept seeing all these unmarked cars and thought that's odd. And then a county car started following me, and once we crossed our county line, I thought, okay, he's out of his jurisdiction. Well, then that's when I got pulled over and had about 10 guns pointed at me. Well, I didn't get pulled over. My friend did, but it was my truck. And so um, she was okay, but I had a warrant because um, everything was expired that time 40
My
years ago.
and you had a warrant? Wow.
Bonnie and
So I
Clyde.
had a
Okay, Bonnie, I'm just going to say this one time. Atta girl.
what?
I knew Bonnie
So
was
then,
a bad girl.
Well, we all knew, Bonnie. That's why we're all here with you, honey. It's okay. You can come
but
out now.
wait,
Yeah.
but this is the funny part. So
Uh,
then this this deputy from this other county, he's telling me he's going to take me to his county jail. My county deputy drives up and he says, "No, you're not." And so they're sitting there arguing it out. I'm standing there in cuffs, waiting to see what's going to happen because, well, by then, everybody had put their guns up at least because I had proof of the donut holes I'd stopped and paid for because that was the only stop we made. They were really trying to throw this robbery on me. And so, anyway, my deputy won, and he said, "The problem is, I need new tires. That's why I'm here." And so he told my friend, "You're going to drive her to jail, then I'll meet you there." And so she drove me to the jail that was like 20 miles away. And he met us there. But when I pulled up there, the actual sheriff came out laughing his head off, told me to stand there and wait for the deputy.
yeah.
Deputy pulls up and he says, "Go get this taken care of and stay out of trouble." And they let me go.
Oh, funny.
I mean,
Thank you,
that's
Kino.
small town. When
I'm
you're
on channel. Oh, sorry. I wanted to tell Kino. That small town. I love that story because I can't picture you in handcuffs or in jail.
I was
I
in
can.
handcuffs twice. I was
Yo,
arrested. I
good
was
one.
arrested twice, but I have never been inside. I have never been put in the jail. I've been inside the jail because we used to take the Head Start kids
Thank you,
there.
Kino.
Can you believe
Sorry.
that? 3 and 4-year-old kids we used to take to the jail for a field trip because they were taught how to stick things in their socks and underwear and how to steal at that age.
From who?
Scared straight.
What'd you say, Chuck?
Scared straight.
Well, yeah, but who do
Before
you
it was.
think they were taught by?
Hello.
I know you probably wouldn't believe this. I've been threatened with cuffs, but never put them on, never put them back of a car because I was always smart enough. I could smell shit coming. And I'm like, well, I'm going to go over here to this bar because this place is a little rowdy. Me and my buddy did get messed with a bunch of times one night between the constable and the deputy sheriff, but we were both 16 and I knew the constable and so did my buddy. We knew his sons and his sons were like 5 years older than us. And he caught us out, and every time he catches us out, it was about a block and a half away from where my buddy lived out in the country. And he finally caught us right at the driveway, getting a different one of his dad's vehicles out of the pasture, trying to get to the store. He goes, "What the hell do y'all keep trying to get out to go get?" Well, we're trying to get to the store before midnight because they're going to stop selling beer. He goes, "Y'all can't buy beer." Yeah, I said, "We can't." Well, this is news to me. And he goes, comes over and he smells me and him. He goes, "Yeah, y'all been drinking too. You can get a DWI." I said, "Well, as long as you go get us beer, you can do what you want." He goes, "I'll tell you what, I'll call my boys, send them to get you guys some beer. Better have the money. Put the keys in my hand to all these vehicles, and they'll be out here in 5 hours." His boy come over, which was a buddy of one of my friend's older brothers, and he ended up coming with like 3 cases of beer and brought his brother and another guy, and we all sat out there and drank beer and had a bonfire.
You know, it's kind of like constables are the worst. They're they're eager to make a name for themselves or something. Not sure exactly what their position is. I guess you would know, D Dog. But they're not. I mean, they have to take a class to carry a gun.
This is in Louisiana. I think the constables are a little different over there, but he tell the sheriffs and the deputy and all that what to leave out of the parish. He's like, "You're in my parish or my little city over here. You're in so and so parish. I'm on the end of the parish too." But it's kind of like a policeman sheriff kind of thing, that who gets jurisdiction, and they would normally leave. And he got us out of so much trouble because we knew everything his boys did. So his boys were far from being saints.
But still, a constable and a game warden are not higher than a sheriff.
Right.
But a game warden can walk in your house for probable cause if he thinks that you brought something in, and the others have to have.
No, he still needs a warrant.
He does.
So does the sheriff.
I didn't think game warden. I've heard people saying that they don't have to have them. That was in Louisiana too, though. So.
Well, it doesn't matter. You go to any state and everyone says a game warden or a Department of Natural Resources can walk in your house because they suspect that you have something. But that's just bullshit. They need a warrant just like anyone else does.
I can remember that. I didn't realize that. That's one thing I didn't know.
It doesn't matter. Anyone wants to enter your house, even the tax assessor, they need some sort of documentation to legally let them in. And since it's an occupied dwelling where you have a certificate of occupancy, they need a warrant to get in there to check anything.
You know how I get out of a ticket? I'm sorry.
Go ahead. I don't even remember what I was going to say that quick.
You know how I get out of a ticket now? Well, my hair's not blonde anymore. When it was blonde, if they'd pull me over, I would just start talking my head off. Are you sure that's against the law? I didn't know that was against the law, and just keep on. And they finally get tired of hearing it, and they're like, "Okay, I'm just going to give you a warning. Just go on."
So you played the flake card.
Yes. I do.
Hey, it's Caramel Carl.
Yeah, what's up, D-Dog? Everybody, I'm back.
Hey, Carl.
But in Austin, that doesn't.
I might have been in the back of a police car a couple times.
I have a lot of times.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
All I can say about all of my troubles is I have a perfectly clean record. So much so that one cop said it was suspicious.
That's me. Well, okay, I have
not
2
illegal.
tickets.
Right.
None of those things went on my record that that all happened except for 2 speeding tickets.
They abolished my record when I was 15. It was wiped clean. I haven't had so much as a traffic ticket since. Although I've had a lot of events where I've narrowly dodged that.
Kiss off, I'm not a jailbird. Jeez.
I don't know if you guys want to hear it. Joyful asked me a question about something, and it's something I don't share with people, but for some reason I decided I just might share it. That it was a life altering thing, and it lasted for 20 years, and it's uh it's hard to heal from such a thing. You know, I'll try to shorten it the best I can. Joyful asked if I had any kids. And, well, legally, I have a son out there. And what's happened is, you know, I got with this gal. She was 10 years younger than me. And we were together for a few years. And she got pregnant. And I told her I was with her all the way. And one day she was leaving without telling me, and her mom was taking her to go get an abortion behind my back. And I talked her out of it. And I promised that I'd always be there for her and the child. And in November of '97, he was born in the Grand Traverse Hospital. I was there. I mean, I actually removed him from her, removed the placenta, cut the cord. I was the first thing that boy saw in this world. And this happened. It was 12 days after I'd bought a tailoring shop in downtown Traverse City. Life appeared to be going better than it ever had gone for me. And I was working pretty hard, 16, 20-hour days trying to keep up with a business that had fallen behind. And I bought the business right out from the lady and kept all the contracts and busting my butt. And one night I come home and my baby boy, who's 3 months old, and my ex were in everything to do with them were gone. And I couldn't find them, and nobody knew where they were. No friends, no family, the police, emergency services. Nobody could tell me where they were. And like I said, I was living in Traverse City. Well, almost just over 2 days into the search for my family, I was in Lapeer, Michigan, at a place where I knew that her mother had once stayed. And I was listening in the hallway and going door to door, knocking on these apartments. And I heard a baby in the apartment that sounded just like my son. And I knocked and I heard scuffling and I heard him trying to be quiet in there. And I went and I sat down on the staircase in this, second level apartment building and was going to wait for somebody to either come to the apartment or to go away. When the Lapeer Police Department, I mean, most of them, surrounded me in that apartment complex and approached me with drawn weapons. I'm talking, 8, 10 guys.
Yeah.
And they, handcuffed me, took me out of there, and told me they had reports that I was ex-military and a bomb expert in Michigan militia, and that I had threatened to blow up half of Lapeer. None of that was true, all right? But they had to verify. And they They wanted to search my truck, so I let them. I said, they said, "Are there any weapons in your truck?" I said, "No, the only thing in there probably is nunchucks," and that's all that was in there. Right after they searched my truck, they handed me a piece of paper I never even heard of before, called a PPO, a personal protection order. It said that I was to stay away from my ex and my child, and if I was anywhere near him, I would directly go to jail. All right, so I went back to Traverse City with my tail between my legs, not understanding any of this. And I had friends down here, in Lapeer area, so I would come down and keep an eye out for them and stuff, but I never ran into them, even though they tried to entrap me in that protection order several times and failed. In fact, I'm one of the first males here in Michigan ever to beat a personal protection order because I was proved that it was being used to keep me from my child, which they successfully did for 8 months straight. After that 8 months, I had arranged a visitation and set that up, and the PPO was lifted, which was a very rare thing at the time. And I started my custody battle, and it took 2 years. And out of the 12 Michigan Child Custody Acts, I won them all. And I won full custody of my son. And when they arranged the visitation, I had 14 denied visitations in a row within a small period of time in the beginning. And I won each one of those, finding her in contempt. And it got so bad that every time I went to go get my kid, they would try to have me arrested, saying I was threatening them and had guns and all this stuff, to the point to where I had to have tape recorder on my persons at all times. After 3 years of this, the police departments, 2 of them, met me on the side of the road once and said, "Carl, we're not doing this no more. We can't believe her anymore. You're on your own. We suggest you keep the recording devices, but from now on, we're not going to even answer her calls," because it was so much hoopla. All right. This went on for years. All right. When she was threatened with losing custody because of denying me so many custodies, visitations, she screwed up so bad where they wouldn't throw her in jail or anything for the contempt, because she had child after child during this period and was always pregnant. So what they did is they awarded me makeup time, and then eventually I had my son 90 days a summer, every holiday, his birthday, and every weekend, plus 10 days a month. So I had got from her screwing up, I had so much visitation to where I had it most of the time. Yet I was the first custody battle that I fought was overturned 2 weeks later, because the judge that presided over my first custody battle also presided over my ex's parents' divorce. So they threw it out of court and made me do it all over again. I had to retain another family law attorney and did the whole thing for almost a year and a half again, where it was just, "Well, Mr. Fraser, we find that the child has been in this household for this amount of time and has maintained and created an environment he's used to," and that's when I lost the second custody battle. And more denied visitations, more false accusations. They tried to have me jailed at every turn, and I fought for 20 years in this garbage. And my son, he won't even talk to me. We had a very close relationship when he was young, and there's ever since this political atmosphere has changed, he haven't talked to him in a couple of years. He was all Clinton, he's all Lady Gaga, and he's into the Illuminati, and he is just anti everything I am. And he has disowned me. He made a public Facebook post once about how I screwed up his life as a child and all this. So apparently everything's my fault. And on top of all that, it's been said that he wasn't even my kid. And I've never had the blood test or anything, but my name is on the affidavit of parentage. So legally, I am his father, even if I'm not his father. and it's something I deal with every day because that, my father died when I was 3. I was the last living male with my name for almost all my life, and that boy meant everything to me, but it was robbed from me. It was robbed from my mother, and it was hell.
It seemed like they'd have locked her up as soon as you got full custody.
Chuck, there's so many organizations set up here in Michigan to help women in that situation. My court case is over 200 pounds, man. I proved everything they claimed was wrong. And I was guilty until I proved I was innocent in every case. I'm talking about when I had to put my dog down when I had my dog for 17 years, Chuck. And she wouldn't give me it was a Sunday. I had to get him from Traverse City to Lapeer. It's a 250-mile ride. I had to get him there that Sunday night, and she wouldn't let me stay there so I could go to the vet the next day. And I had to put my dog down before I took my boy home myself. All right. Now, it wrecked me and my boy. We love that dog a lot. When I took him home and got back to my house, the police and the Humane Society were there. She had claimed that I killed my dog with malice intent because I was mad at her in front of the boy, and it created a whole nother case. All right. This
Nice.
kind of stuff went on in every turn. There was nothing I did nothing to them, and I constantly was attacked.
I'm so sorry, Carl.
It's all right. But, I guess I know all you people well enough, where if I'm asked a question directly, like if I have a kid, I don't want to lie about it, you know. But it ain't a simple sorry. It ain't a simple story. It's very complicated and very messed up.
Yeah, it's
It
got me
is.
speechless. I don't know what is a rarity.
I don't even talk to my dad. My dad doesn't want anything to do with me because I'm disabled and I have cerebral palsy and because I have ADHD. And the last time I talked to my dad, I was at his house and he was working on a computer and he had his computer open and his wife had grandkids and the grandkids came into the house with a water gun because we were all playing around with those little water guns that people usually play around with. And one of the kids came down to the basement and I told the girl not to do it, but she accidentally pointed the water gun inside the computer and flooded the inside of the computer. Well, because I wasn't used to my dad yelling and screaming at people at the time, and it still bothers me today, depending on someone's voice, how deep their voice is, if I feel that a man is yelling at me, I will start crying. So my dad went off like a bomb and started yelling really loudly to where the point I was crying. And I went home and I never talked to him ever since.
I'm sorry, Josh.
Sorry, Josh. Those two stories. Joyful asked me to read her comment.
One last thing, though, I want to say.
Okay.
When I retained the first lawyer, my mom went with me up into town in Traverse City, and I retained a pretty famous guy. He ran for representative and everything. And that night when we got home was when my mom had her first stroke. And this battle, she had a total of 7 strokes before she, you know, couldn't take care of herself anymore. the stuff that one person's lies can destroy somebody's lives.
Yep.
And I feel that anybody who goes and accuses somebody of something like that, the penalty should be the same for the accuser that makes the false allegations as it would be for the falsely accused if they were guilty. You can't.
Absolutely.
There's a lack of accountability for people who can say, like the swatting that they're doing, like they did to Tim Pool. They can call in a SWAT team and have it raided just over words with no evidence. The world's screwed up, people, and I've seen firsthand.
Much bad things with these women. The same kind of stuff happened to my son, and he's become a recluse. Two of his kids, first one, he worked offshore, or I guess you call it offshore. He worked tugboats, went up and down the Mississippi River. And one of his friends, while he was on, which I wouldn't consider a friend anyway, she started screwing around with him. And she called him on the phone and said, "You might not worry about getting anything out of the bank. I cleared the bank." He was saving up money. He had like 25 grand in the bank to get him a house. They were renting a place. She wiped his account out, took a video and sent it to him in an email of her burning all of his clothes and all of his stuff there, and said that she's got a relationship with his so-called friend, and he don't even need. There's nothing for him to come back there for, and he had a son with her. Then the next one he met, there was a friend of my wife's daughter. They had two kids. And, her mom's a piece of work. It's the best I can say. She's about the closest thing to a pile of shit that a person could be. Anyway, they lived in Arkansas. My son lived in Louisiana, and we lived out here. And convinced her to come up there, and she schemed one guy, and the mother did. And I guess she convinced her mom. This girl had no high opinion at all of her mom. How she ended up following into it, I don't know. But he was asleep, and they were staying, helping taking care of my mom. See, they had pretty much had run of the house, whatever. Anyway, mom thought she was going outside with the kids to take them in the backyard to go have a cigarette. Next thing you know, my son wakes up. He's looking for her, looking for kids. Mom's like, they went outside to smoke a long time ago. I hadn't seen her in a while. They were gone. She done put stuff out through the front window in the screen, bag or suitcases for the kids and stuff. Somebody picked her up. Next thing, all over Facebook's blown all up that my son's this weird pervert and he was abusive, and all of the people he'd known all the way through school, some of them he'd known since he was 2 or less, that even like that girl, they knew each other since they were probably 5. All these people automatically assume that the guy is rotten, and he didn't have no say so in none of it. Even the cops got involved. He wasn't allowed to see the kids. He wasn't allowed to come up there. First thing she did is she got filed for full custody, went up there and got this thing going where she was suing him for non-custodial, whatever they call it, where they get child support and her to get taken care of, and he wasn't allowed to see her or them. It's just a whole bunch of stupid shit, and he's gotten it so wound up and so worried over his kids that he's turned into her. He don't like going outside. He has panic attacks.
Yep.
And that's my son. That's my size. That picture of Bonnie you seen of him. And I told him, I said, just got to get past that shit.
Yeah, but
I had 14 years straight to where the boy wanted nothing but to be with me. Where the first time that I had a visitation with him, they made, all right, so she's so scared of me, she told him all this garbage about me. But she was in the house alone with me on my first visitation. It was a court-appointed session. All right, it was only like an hour for the first time I got to see him after that 8 months. And that day when I left, I got back home again from Lapeer all the way to Traverse City. And she called me that as soon as I got there, going, "What did you do? What did you say?" I'm like, "What are you talking about?" She says, "I've been trying to get him for weeks to say I love you, and he was in the window telling you that he loved you when you left." And she was pissed off about it. And that was the first time I'd seen my son in 8 months. It just poured out of me how I felt when I spent that time with him. At that point, all he wanted to do was come to Dad's house. This went on for years. This to the point to where he actually made up a case on his own, said that his stepfather was abusing him, and the court removed him from their custody and put him in mine until he had a visitation with them. And then he admitted it to a therapist that he made it up so he could live with me. So they took him back. This stuff is horrible on families.
Yep.
Once the state gets involved in your life, you're screwed. You no longer will have control of your family.
Yep.
They will.
There's a lot of bad parents out there. It ain't all men and it ain't all women, but a lot of these people take advantage of it because they know it's in their corner. There's so many bad guys out there, deadbeat dads and all that, that they just assume, and it's the courts are rigged to be in that favor. Just like
they screwed with me hard, Chuck.
you're
You know,
innocent until proven guilty, unless there's something against you about either being a rapist, child molester, or something to that order. And then if that, as soon as that comes up, it's automatic guilt. And it's like, I hate rapists and child molesters like the next one, but that stuff's so hard to not prove that it is what they're trying to make of it.
Yep. But it didn't just happen to the men. It happened to my oldest daughter too.
oh,
But
absolutely.
they
You know,
But anyway, the ones that claim that shit, I think they should give them the full extent of the law book, and I don't care what they got between their legs. If you get caught lying, you should suffer the same punishment that you were trying to put on somebody else.
I have to agree because it needs to stop. All right. Without some kind of accountability, this stuff will remain. I'm telling you right now, all it takes is for somebody to call the law and tell them you did something, and the law has to check you on it. All
Yeah.
right. That is as wrong as it gets. It's not actually just it's not the police themselves. It's the bureaucracy that is created to allow them or to make them go beyond the boundaries that they shouldn't go.
Yep.
I'm sorry, 103. I know what that's like. You know, she didn't have a car, so they made me responsible for visitation, transportation, both ways the entire time. So, you know, a round trip, 500-mile trip, as much as I would get him, I'm telling you, I went across the state of Michigan hundreds and hundreds of times. If not just for the visitation, it was for court hearings. I can't even keep track of how many times I had to make that trip. Plus, I worked an hour north of that. So the court will destroy a person if they can destroy a guy financially, right? Every moment that I had to be at court or to be with my kid is less money I could make. And they don't give you any break for that. They even denied. There's a law that says that anything over a certain amount of hours that the visitation takes, you should get a 50% abatement for any child care costs. And they denied that to me. They denied me so many things that were my right for so many years. It took me a long time to pay it off. It was just a few years back that I finally went in there with all cash in my hand and paid it all off and walked away completely free of it. And strangely enough, as soon as it was paid off was when I stopped hearing from my son.
Wow. Joyful said
You burnt water away. Oh,
your story was making her cry. Thanks for sharing. She didn't mean to upset you, sending you love and compassion.
It's all right, Joyful. I mean, actually, it's something that I've considered for a while telling everybody because it's like it felt like a dirty little secret or something, you know. Oh, Campbell's got a kid and we didn't know, you know, that kind of thing. It's not it's not easy to talk about.
I know it's not.
I never had a problem with my wife, but for some reason, my mom's wife absolutely freaking hated me. So bad to where her mom actually put the PFA on me and tried to put me in jail. Now, my wife, I never had a problem with my wife, but for some reason, her mom had a problem with me. Now, when I got married to her, no one showed up for our wedding. They claim that they all caught COVID at the last minute. No one was there. The only people that were there for our wedding was my aunt, the choke, and her, and that was it. No one else.
Aww.
And her mom doesn't even live in Pennsylvania. She moved to Indiana and left everybody alone. So she's not even allowed.
Is her mother visiting her now that she's in the hospital? Oh
Her,
my
her
goodness.
mom doesn't. Her mom has no contact with the family whatsoever. Her mom doesn't even care. Her mom is interested in another woman.
And so
To me, that's wrong.
it's very wrong. And that's why we need to get back to structuring the families that, I mean, and Carl, you tried every way you could. That you're in.
Somebody made me realize that even though nothing worked out the way it should have, Bonnie, but I did everything I could and tried everything I could. And I did everything right. So I've got no regret in that. If I wouldn't have done that, I would have hated myself by now.
Right. But the system that is what it is. What y'all were saying, the state, they should not have control of our homes in any way. Our children are.
I'm against two guys getting married. I'm against two women getting married. That's not what I believe in. I believe in a boy and a girl getting married. I don't believe in two women getting married and two men getting married. I don't believe it.
Well, that's a whole other story. And
Yeah, right. But I'm
I
just
could
saying.
explain part of that because it's okay. No matter how we look at it, if these, what do they call them now? They have a name for them now, partners, something. But if they are together for 30 years, have bought a house together, have bought a car together, have
Common law marriage.
that if something happens to one of them, that's where I think is why they started going into the marriage thing because of that relationship with everything owned by the two of them, I don't know.
Yeah, but my pastor won't even do that. The church where I got married, he won't do that. He just won't.
Yeah. Well, and if we were doing this constitutionally, it would be completely different. All these situations.
Can't.
It's all worked by the corporations.
Yeah.
It's really, they're sneaky. All right. I didn't know this right away. It took me months to get through something called discovery. When you open a case up against something and you ask for discovery, that's when their lawyer shares all their information with you, and your lawyer shares all your information with them. In the discovery process, I found some paperwork that my ex had inadvertently put in that stack of papers. So it was accidentally released to me. All right. And what it showed is the events of that and that day that she left the house while I was gone, and the few days that followed. Because what had happened is she had this lady show up that somebody had sent to help her with benefits for the child, something like some kind of a food program or something.
Mm-hmm.
And my ex wanted to go downstate and wasn't telling me. And she had said, I want out of here so bad that the health worker thought she was being, treated poorly, which then my ex took up on. And I literally had paperwork proving that these caseworkers, they took her from the house, drove her 100 miles across the state, put her in a victim services ward, gave her a victim services advocate that came and had a discussion with her on a lunch hour, and she in the paperwork it shows she informed my ex, well, there's all these things in place to help girls like you. If he was abusive, if he was this way, if he ever did this to you, and they literally put this story together of how I had kept her in captivity for 3 years and there was no phones in the house, and this is where I got her, because I had all this evidence and all these witnesses contrary to what her claims were. So I was able to make her look pretty ridiculous when this went to court, because and the judge literally stopped during, because I represented myself a lot of this, and during one of these things, the judge said, "Hey, by the way, where did you get this paperwork?" And I said, "She gave it to me," and he gave me a real look, like, really. And then he told me, he says, "I've never even seen these forms." There is a network set up to help female victims, but there's nothing for a man. All right. There was a thing called Adam. It was a joke. There was no, but the victims' rights services, these women's shelters, all this, they're heavily funded and they're
Yes.
backed up. And
Okay.
they'll go full force at a guy. They'll make shit up. When they talk to a guy, like when they talk to me, I met 15 of them at least in the first 3 years. They talk to you with disgust in their tone, like they just hate you. They totally buy everything the other party says about you. You're not worth a piece of dirt on this planet. That's how they treat you. That's how I was
Yeah.
treated many times.
That's what what happened to my son was the same thing. Reason they couldn't find her, nobody knew where they were at. Somebody got involved and they put her in like a safe house program thing.
Yeah.
They wanted to move her out of state, but I had to file an injunction preventing her from leaving the state.
He didn't know where she was for 7 days, none of them, so that he couldn't find her, hear anything, and then all of a sudden, friends of his and stuff were messaging and talking about cussing him and talking about he was a piece of crap and couldn't believe it's known him all these years that he was that way, and he didn't have a clue what they were talking about. They lived with me for a year and a half, 2 years out here, and I know what kind of piece of work she was. And he wanted to get me. I hell, I've told Bonnie and them, I've caught her. This room that I stay in back there they had it as a bedroom, and he'd be asleep. And I guess you'd think everybody else was asleep, or maybe she knew I was awake. My oldest boy said she might have been trying, but I've caught her multiple times walking nude and from this room to the bathroom or this room into the kitchen at 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning.
Well, see, now, Chuck, that's what there's the moral of my story right there. Is be careful who you breed with, because this chick that I was with for a few years that got pregnant, that was just like a sexual escapade. I'm not even kidding. This was just that's all that relationship was.
Could have been $20 past hands and been done, huh?
But when she got pregnant, I couldn't do the wrong thing.
Yep.
Yep.
Nice guys finish last. No good deed goes unpunished.
I still don't regret it, though, because I wouldn't have forgave myself if I didn't do the right thing.
Yeah. That's all those two started out with. The second one, because he said, I'll never get in a situation again to where a child keeps me in a relationship. And he was talking about getting clipped. And next thing you know, that they were just like dating. And she come down to see him because he was pretty rough and messed up. Next thing you know, that she was hanging out for a week or two that they were together, and I'm pregnant.
Yeah, I could write a book on this alone. I just barely scratched the surface of this whole ordeal. It's it took a chunk of my life away and taught me things I never wanted no part of.
Yeah, how dirty it really is out there.
The system is a monster. And this monster of a system has to keep consuming because it can't stop growing. And when it stops finding food, it goes searching other places for it. And it's a no-win situation.
Mm-hmm.
My son told me they made him feel like such a piece of crap that he almost believed it, that he was.
Well, that's what I was fixing to say. So I wonder if in this whole workings of the system, is that the kind of the deterioration of humanity?
Yeah.
It's like I always get people to play is that Paul Harvey. Listen to If I Was the Devil.
Mm-hmm.
It's like the perfect plan.
I left you an email today because I've been in a group home since 2015. And I spend a lot of my time in my room with no one to really talk to. So I enjoy coming up on panel and talking with everybody, getting to know one another. I never thought that I would be this close to anyone on YouTube. And I just enjoy being up on panel and talking with everybody. I just enjoy it.
Welcome to the Misfit Island of Toys here, Josh.
We appreciate you, Josh.
Boy, I brought everybody down, didn't I? I didn't mean to do that.
You got a great community, and I'm really happy to be a part of it.
I
Isn't
just
it
want,
weird how these shows can turn into something you didn't even see coming, Bonnie?
Yes,
I just
but
didn't
it
want you to feel alone when I said about it. My boy's got 3 of them he hadn't seen in years. One of them probably 5 years, and the other's probably 3. Got 3 kids he don't see, and it's hard. It's just harder on Vicky. With me, is like it eats me up, but it's like it's almost you can expect that with the way humanity is anymore. It's just it's sad that I'm like, yeah, well, it's
It's funny you put it that way because that's I gotta say you start to expect it.
yep.
yeah.
A lot of people are like, we can't expect the worst from people. I'm like, when that's all you see and you know what's going on, I expect the worst, hope for the best, and settle for somewhere in the middle. And usually it's towards the worst end, but all I know is I hope to live long enough to tell all 3 of them what kind of blessings their parents really were.
It doesn't do any good, Chuck. um, my granddaughter knows how her father was, and it it doesn't matter.
And if they don't, then maybe I'll have a piece or 2 of words to say to them too. They, well, maybe you deserve them if you're just like them.
They arrested me a few times for breach of personal protection order. They entrapped me, and it was one of these deals where you go to jail until your lawyer can come and get you. Then you go to court and prove you're innocent, and they let you go and go. Oh, and they don't even tell you they're sorry. All right,
Oh yeah.
that's how that system works. And I spent 10 days on a concrete floor, treated like crap, intentionally treated that way for something I didn't even do. And even though I proved I didn't do it, there was nobody else gets any accountability. It's just like it never happened.
And if you had money, you could sue the hell out of somebody and get restitution out of it. But you got to have money to
How do you
bring.
have money when they take all your money? I mean, if not in the literal sense, they prevent you from making money.
They do things to you that you know that you have to be financially able to defend against. So they figure you'll back out ahead of time where it only costs you a little bit.
And all the time, she's telling them I'm making thousands of dollars more than I am. So I'm constantly having to prove what I make. More court cases. See what I'm saying? I was going through this stuff, lightening my paperwork load just the last couple days, actually. And I've got a stack of just the notices to appear. It's like, 3.5 inches thick stack of just the notices from her allegations over the years.
They're mafia. It's whoever pays the mafia until someone can stand up against it. But when you have corrupt judges and corrupt lawyers and corrupt everybody, they did it to a lady here too. I don't always assume the guy's the dirty one. Um,
Everybody makes money but you.
they do it to whoever's paying. They're a bully
Right.
service. They're a bully
But
service mafia.
your lawyer, the more your lawyer fights with their lawyer, the more money both of them make. The court makes theirs, the judge makes theirs. Everybody makes, even the jury gets paid. But you're paying for it all.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've heard millions of people say, or not millions, many people say on different stuff that I've watched that they go to court on something and go to the diner across from the courthouse and catch the prosecuting attorney and his attorney, and they're just chatting away like it's a birthday party.
Yeah.
To me, if they're opposing forces, then they shouldn't be just chitty chatting.
Yeah.
I gave him hell, Chuck. I really did.
Yeah, putting all that into it. I bless you for being that way. I can't say that I'd be sitting here chatting about it in the long run. If somebody done that with me or my kids, I'm not going to go to that extreme and say anything more. But
We all know, okay? We all know. We've all
Chuck,
seen.
I had dreams, literally, about that kind of thing.
What's that movie with Denzel Washington? Was it literally called Q? Wasn't it called Q? Do you
There
remember?
might have been something like that. Kind of rings a bell.
Do you remember that? And his kid was like in the hospital. He couldn't get the money, and he was like raising the kid, and he held people hostage. He's like, "You're gonna do the surgery, my kid."
yeah,
It's called
Oh,
Q. What was that movie? John Q. Wasn't it
yeah,
John?
that sounds like a movie I've seen.
Oh, that was
yeah.
an intense movie, like Ransom. Remember Ransom with Mel Gibson?
John Q. Hawk says.
Wasn't it based on a true story too?
Believe
With
I
it
don't
or
know.
John?
not.
I've never seen it. I'm gonna have to go watch that now.
Oh, it's
But
a
I know of two Qs. There was one of the armorers for 007 was known as Q. He was the guy that geared 007 James Bond up. Then there was another Q from the Star Trek The Next Generation era in the late 80s, early 90s. And Q in that could do anything. He was like an omni universally powerful character,
Hmm.
near
Yes, he was.
near godlike, you know.
Did
Wait,
you know
you know
Dolly? Wait, was it Dolly Parton had something to do with those Star Treks? Or no, Lucille Ball. That's
Star
what's
Trek?
been going around Facebook. Lucille Ball had something to do with the original Star Treks. I have not vetted that information, but
I heard
if
she
you
Yeah,
was
I've never heard that, and I've been watching it since '66, so I don't know anything about Lucille Ball in it. I know she used to be a pinup
what
gal
in it?
back
Right.
in the '40s because I've seen a lot of pinups of Lucille Ball when she was younger.
I've heard
Did
she was
you, Carl?
I've heard she was a sick piece of work too.
That's
Rumor
right,
has
Dee.
it.
That
Rumor.
movie, John Q. His son needed a heart, and they refused him because he didn't have the money. That's why he did that.
Yeah,
Yep, that was
it was
it. Yeah,
the,
I've seen
it
it.
was the insurance companies, and he raised. Yeah, I mean, I don't want to tell you the whole movie, but it was intense.
Yep.
You know what else? Another intense movie was that one he was in, and it was oh my gosh, it was like a Muslim thing. He was working with a three-letter agency lady, Denzel Washington, and a white lady, and they were over there. Oh, what's it called when they The Siege? That was another really good movie by with Denzel Washington.
I like the
I,
book of Enoch.
Oh, I didn't see that. Was
You
it
need to
good?
watch it. Yeah,
Yeah.
you need to watch it.
Yeah, I've heard that before. People have said that to me before.
oh, wow.
It's like in the top 10 movies everybody should watch.
Yeah, people do like that movie.
Now I got to go rabbit holing for Lucille Ball
Oh,
information.
hey, Hawk.
Yeah,
Mhm.
she's a
Evil.
pedo, blood drinker, POS.
Yeah.
So I pulled up Gateway Bible just because I don't have it on this computer yet.
I like that Bible. It's a good.
This is the verse of the day, Psalm 34, 37:4. Take
Yeah.
delight in the Lord, and he will give you the desires of your heart.
Hmm. And the desires of our heart. is to be him.
That's another thing. Within 2 weeks of her disappearing, she married a deacon of a church that was a very questionable origins. All right. The whole local area around that church, there's all kinds of weird cult like accusations and all of this stuff involving the the preacher and the deacon that I'm speaking of would only take in women and children kind of thing.
Oh, Jim Jones kind of shit.
Yeah, well, and this complicated things. Not only were they her staunch allies in this, and there came a point where I had a pastor of a church bore false witness in a court of law against me.
Yeah.
I also, he lost his deaconship because of something that it was one of those moments. Now, I've read the Bible several times, but I didn't know I retained things that I did. And there's actually a part in the Bible that says that no deacon shall raise a child not of his own. And as soon as I let that be known, he had lost his position. But she had another few kids with him. And they're still together, which.
Goodness. Well, 2 weeks later, I would say that was pretty quick. Probably
Oh, it
New
was quick. Her mother helped arrange it.
Oh.
If he was still married, I'd say it was adultery.
Well, I never married her. We were going to be married. We just never got to that point.
So she
I've never
did it
been
with
married.
somebody else. That's because bitches be crazy, Carl. Sorry.
I think I used to like that, D. I think I used to like that because it's just repetitively one right after the other.
Yeah,
It's on both sides, but people oughtn't be so judgmental. They should look at the whole picture.
Yes, it's on both sides.
Yes.
Correct.
But we do tend to stick to the pattern. I mean,
stigmas, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, everybody's always assumed since I'm 6'7", 250 pounds, 200 pounds, whatever I was at the time, and Vicky's 5'1", 100 pounds, that I was abusive. I was like, that's stupid.
We know that woman ain't putting up with your shit. Okay, we know that.
yes. But I'm talking, not assuming, but some of us have been married more than once, and it just seems that we keep picking the same type, even though in appearance at the beginning it seems they are complete opposites. It's really not that way. Does that make sense? No.
I don't know, but I'm proud of myself for being who I am in some ways. I've never raised a hand to a woman in my life. I couldn't do it. Same thing with a child. I couldn't strike a woman or a man or a child. There's no chance of it. I've never abused anybody like that or anything. I never even swore in front of my kid. He never saw me out of line, never saw me drinking, never saw me do any of that.
Oh, Carl, you're a good man. We've seen that.
I put effort into it. I didn't want to be an asshole.
All right, guys, I have to go to bed. I have to be up at 6:45 in the morning. I have to work.
Okay, good
You
night.
have a good night, Josh.
Nice
will
hanging
see
out with you.
everybody
I wrote your number
tomorrow
down.
night.
Good night.
Have a good one, Josh.
What do you mean, T girl? Recently found again. I'm just not. No, I've never even cheated on a gal. I mean, I've had a lot of girlfriends, all right? It's not something I'm proud of. It's just something that's strangely happened, all right? Just a lot since I was young, all right? I don't even, every one of them, I thought it was the one. Every gal I've ever been with, it was because I wanted to be with her, and I thought, hey, this is gonna last. Eh, But I was wrong every freaking time, all right? But I've never cheated on none of them. Not I've had my chances too. Let me tell you, and I've turned it down and walked away, and I wouldn't because I never under. Why am I with somebody if I want to screw around on something?
Right.
If I'm with somebody, it's because I want to be with them. I'm into them. You
And you're
know.
not a
Huh?
liar.
Right.
Oh, I'm not. I'm not. That's what I mean. It's like Joyful asked me that. I'm kind of glad she did because I've thought about telling you people about all this, but I don't like to feel like I'm keeping something from somebody.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, a lot of people vision quest and they go after a certain thing. They don't look at how a person is. They look for visual. A lot of girls like the bad boy, the pretty boy, some of them in combination. A friend of my wife's, she's in the bad boy, the pretty boy, the fireman, the cop, and she usually they're either with somebody or just getting out of a relationship. And I'm telling them if it's usually like that, if they're just getting out of a relationship, there's not going to be nothing real there.
No.
You know, Chuck, I think I figured it out. It took me damn long time too. I look back all the way to my teens, like I had a gal back then, we lasted like 6 years. But looking back at all these 5 and 3 year old relationships and stuff, I think each one of them saw some potential in me that they thought they could like mold me into something like I was I was the perfect one that they could change into what they wanted. Not that they were into me how I am or the way I am, but like I was some type of potential for them.
That's what I was going to say, potential. And she asked one day online on Facebook, trying to make guys, where's all the good guys at? These guys are such, such, such. I said, well, put together in common what all of them have. And that's where I come up with, she likes bad guys. She likes the pretty boys. She likes the, the cop, the fireman kind of guy, stuff like that. I said, well, you want to know where all the good guys are at? They're probably in the friend zone. Most people, males and female, put ones in the friend zone that they probably should look deeper into.
I don't know. My two husbands were not considered pretty boys. They weren't sought after by any other girls.
Did y'all get along as friends?
Yes, and that's what's the weird thing, especially my second husband. We were best friends, like just hanging out together all the time. And but boy, when she signed that marriage license, something changes. I don't know what.
I've heard people say that.
Yep. And
Ever see that?
even still, we're friends. I mean, that's last night he was over here putting my daughter's bike together, and when I walked through, he was joking with me, and I said, "I'm not on a live. Got to get back." It's I don't know. We just weren't meant to be married.
Ever see that movie, Not Without My Daughter?
Yes, be heavy conversation. How are you doing, hon? Not
Hey,
without
Lee.
my daughter.
Yeah.
Hey, B. Hey, Deb.
No.
Oh,
Every woman should see that and show that movie to their daughter.
Hmm.
Sally,
Luckily, Joyful, I think I've learned to be pretty happy alone, actually. I just seen that comment.
My best friend always told me I needed to show my daughters Mr. Goodbar.
ooh, no, don't show them that.
But,
With
but
Deborah Winger,
I don't know who it was. I didn't watch it.
I used to
That's what
like. I
I'm
like.
saying. I didn't. I wasn't. There's very few movies that I have actually sat down and watched, unless they were Christian movies. I really enjoy those, but
Yeah.
Did I
mostly
see that that they're gonna do a third season on The Chosen?
Yeah, it's supposed to come out next month or this month. Soon.
yeah, and my friend keeps telling me about that. I need to check that out, especially now that it's in my outro thing.
Your outro thing.
Yeah,
Oh, is
that
it?
Gigi made me.
Oh, I didn't see it.
Oh, that's good news. NC Dubs, you're feeling better. That's good news.
Comes out in 2 weeks, Hawk said. Um, Someone earlier said they're making a third Saw movie, and I said, ah. The second one they filmed here at one of our motels, the old motel. It's still running, but it's old.
I don't watch movies like that. I know I since I was in high school.
Yeah, I can't watch any of those at all.
Drop Hawk, the link, Brian.
I am.
And Guardian.
I'm grabbing it.
I always want to hear what Hawk has to say.
I figured he'd be too tired after the puppies. But Hawk is always welcome.
Can you guys hear that as loud?
I didn't hear anything.
I don't either.
Good evening.
There's sleet
Evening,
hitting the
Hawk.
top of the tent.
Got sleet. Ooh.
Yeah, it's cold enough to freeze now. You hear it?
How's everybody doing?
Good, good.
Oh, what's
So,
up, Hawk? I just watched a little video of all the dogs in the yard and the couch they tore up.
yeah, it's well, uh, now Jazz, or when she was born, we named her Jezebella, but I changed it to Jazz. Um, she's the one who went to town on it first. So basically, what the puppies did was they grabbed everything that she had loosened up.
What?
So all the coils are now out of the couch, or at least out of that cushion, and there's no floor to it anymore. So for that one section, but I'm gonna put a piece of plywood across the bottom of it, and it's because when I sit down on one part of it outside there. 3 or 4 of the dogs or a bunch of the puppies will climb up and we'll just kind of like cuddle up right there and stuff. So they
I
are
had to bring me car seats, truck
this
seats,
batch is
couches.
this batch is absolutely 100% a pain in my ass. Okay, and I can say ass because Jesus rode one into Jerusalem. Okay,
And Bonnie said it tonight
Thank you.
too.
oh, I'm telling you, it's okay. So one litter was born underneath my big shipping container. That mom did not want to have her pups in here with all these dogs, so she dug a tunnel underneath the shipping
Damn.
container. She had the pups there.
Serious.
It took me. It was day 6 when I was finally able to sit down with my flute outside of it and start playing it, and the puppies started coming out one by one. So every time a puppy would come out, I grab it, throw it in the basket, grab it, throw it in the basket.
Wow.
And mom seemed to be okay with it.
Huh.
When I got them moved into the building and she saw that I had a blanket in there and it was sectioned off from all the other dogs and everything, and that she was going to be alone with her babies. But then the people came and got her, so it was you feeding them milk feeding them milk for days first, and then getting them to milk and puppy food ground up, and you know and all that. So it was definitely absolutely a handful. But and you know what? They've never called me to ask me about how the pups uh, are or turned out or anything else. Um, so and they have my contact phone number. I've sent them pictures. I sent them a couple of videos. I explained to them these are your puppies. And because they haven't responded, I'm just going to go ahead and start rehoming them. You know,
Yeah.
because it's to me, it's the puppies having a good home is a lot more important than how much money they can get from selling the puppies at this point. you know and the thing is the amount of the amount of dog food. Now, understand, I go through two 40-pound bags for adults, and I go through five uh 20 20-pound bags um every 9 days. So
Goodness.
that's a lot of dog food.
Yes.
When you think about it. So and the puppy food has got to be the right kind, because if it's not the right kind, they're not going to grow properly. They're not going to develop that hip strength. They're not going to develop the muscle strength, and and the fulfilling of the marrow contact inside the bones is just as essential, so that they never develop arthritis. you know because if they're getting bad food, then you've got to worry about arthritic material starting to grow at about 3 years old. I mean, that's how young it can start. Then by the time they're 6, it's 10 times worse. By the time they're 9, they're barely moving. And that's not fair to a dog. It's not, you know. So, yeah, so we're going to start rehoming them this week. A bunch of them are going to be going to the new place with us, because one of the things is going to be is that we're going to have vets coming out, and we're going to have other people coming out that are going to come out and get one, and they're going to end up staying on the farm and training with the dog before they leave. So that way, there, then one of the main things is going to be where does a service dog sit? So if you get on the train or on the bus, the dog goes underneath the seat, goes in between your legs underneath the seat with their head, where they can tilt it back to look up at you. Okay. Um, when you go into a restaurant, the dog goes under the table and is facing you or facing a window, but not in a position where they can stare at people while they're eating. Makes people uncomfortable. You know, all different kinds of things. Baron, my first service dog, he was a service dog. He was a military dog first, and then later became a service dog. We went into a place called Old Times Restaurant in Norwich, Connecticut. And this was back during the period of time in which my mom was passing, and the dog was so well behaved, you know, that the waitress went in and told the cook about it. Okay. And he came out and he was standing over at this little bar area that they have, and he was watching Baron, you know, and Baron never looked at anybody. So he went into the kitchen and he cooked that dog a ribeye, cut it all up in little pieces, cut up some French fries, put some gravy on there, and brought it out and put it down on the floor in front of him. Baron was like blown away. He was like, "Oh, Dad, can I touch this?" I had to take his vest off. Once the vest comes off, he gets to be a dog. I had to take his vest off for him to come out from underneath the table to come out and enjoy this meal. But every time we went back to that restaurant while we were there for the 2 months, as my mom was, you know, she passed real slow. You know, it was he had a couple of days left. Got in the car, started driving to Connecticut from Oregon. Um, and I got to Connecticut 2 days later, pretty much straight through. We only stayed in one hotel. And it was only for a couple hours. I mean, I checked in at 11 o'clock in the morning. They said that the sheets and everything hadn't been changed. I said, just give me sheets. I'll throw them on there myself. You know, I got a couple hours of sleep. And by 3 o'clock, we were right back on the road again, but I had enough rest to be able to continue that drive. And Barron was, so well behaved, no matter where we were at, people didn't even realize that he was there until I stood up. And as soon as I stood up, the dog stood up, and he would come, to my right side, and he would look up at me until I reached down and grabbed his handle, you know. I didn't have like a blind person's handle on him. It was a short, straight pole about 12 inches, 13 inches long, and it just clipped on. And it was he was great. There were a couple of times that I had fallen, and if he had a regular leash on him, he never would have been able to pull me up. But with this rod that was wrapped in leather that was clamped on there, as soon as he started moving forward, my body was coming up. He was just incredible dog. So it's like, it's understanding the nature of the relationship between the animal and the person that they're going home with, and the love that you see is the original connection. You can see them sit and talk to each other, the dog communicates, right back at you. They may not speak with words, but they speak with action. Good night, Chuck. But if the dog is afraid of the individual, then that dog is the one that's not going home with that person. And you see if another dog is more adaptable, or there's, I think, maybe 15 people out of 100 that have been out here in the last 5 years that I had to say, you're not going home with any of my dogs. I said, even the big ones don't like you. If the big ones don't like you, there's a major problem. But if mom wants to show you off to the puppies, then I know for sure that you're definitely leaving with a puppy that day. Absolutely. It's costly, but at the same time, it's nice to see when that connection is made, and then if you had the opportunity to work with both the person who would now be the handler and the dog, for a few weeks to get them to see what the dogs are capable of doing for them, it makes it even easier, for them to be able to get a pass for them to go on the bus or to go into restaurants, and, to get that service tag, and the thing is, it's like, I can understand an emotional support dog to a certain extent, but I can't see somebody walking around with one in their purse all day long.
No.
That does not, to me, that's not a service dog. Maybe it's just me. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't think that's a good idea.
Yeah, it's I see it so much. You get on there with it. You get on the bus with a pit bull tied with a rope, or a chain, and it's got a service vest on it. But the dog reacts to every other animal as you're walking down the street. That's not a service animal. A service animal is taught to ignore all those other animals and things like that.
Pay only attention to the owner that needs their service.
California and Oregon are the two worst states for it. Washington comes a very, very close third. Very, very close third. I saw it in San Diego. I saw it in San Francisco. Saw it in, just outside of Camp Pendleton and Oceanside and Carlsbad and Vista. People just throwing that on their dogs, but
Did you
not
say Carlsbad as in Carlsbad Caverns?
No, Carlsbad. Carlsbad is a city that's it's adjacent to so it's like Oceanside, Vista, Carlsbad are like one big town, but it's sectioned off with 3 different names.
Huh. Never heard of another one.
Yeah. Carlsbad, California. But it's when you see people take advantage of that, that service dog tag, it gets to be pretty upsetting because a real service dog comes along and is doing its job, and that dog doesn't get the respect that it deserves because
I gotta say, Rock,
what's that?
The dog, I gotta say, I've seen a lot of service dogs. Like I said, my mom was a cop for 20 years. And they all had German Shepherds, most of them, but I've never seen another breed do the ignore the other dog thing better. The best at ignoring everything that it should ignore that I've seen was the German Shepherds.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and now the labs, the black Labradors, they're great too. They really are. I've seen a couple of oh Lord, they're kind of like they look kind of like pointers. The old school pointers.
Spaniels. Spaniels?
That's what I had.
No, bigger than a spaniel. I'm talking about a full size. That were also very good, but they were more of an assist dog, like to pick things up for you. If your cane fell down, they would pick it up and and give it to you. But they weren't like a guide type, dog that when they walked with the individual, they free walked. They had a leash on, of course, but they free walked. Shepherds, they like to be right next to you. They like to be next to you because if it's a balance issue, they want to be able to bump you up.
I've had my white dog walk me in the dead of night, couldn't see a damn thing, and just she's right.
And he
by
just
my
steered
side.
you every place that he wanted you to go. He would steer you. Yep. He would turn his head in front of your leg, so you had to go in that direction. Gabriel does that exact same thing.
In the ass, but they're doing the right thing.
Yep.
What I got a kick out of that video today, Hawk, was the way they look at you when you tell them to do something. Like, they give you a look like, all right.
They do, and the thing is they're happy about wanting to do something, So when I take them for the big walk, which is, it's a property walk around, by the time we get back down below, those dogs are tired. The puppies are tired. The big dogs, they're like, hey, let's go another 3 or 4 times, but the puppies, they're ready to lay down and take a nap. And frankly, I'm generally ready to lay down and take a nap with them, but I got to tell you guys this. So I got a blow up mattress here that I blow up here in the office. And I was on a show the other night, and I was like, I said, I got to get my bed up before the puppies come in here, because if the puppies get in here, they're going to tear my bed up. Well, guess what? This morning, I woke up to a room full of puppies. They got in through the dog door back there. Cuvée showed them how to open it. Shit. And they tore up my bed.
Oh, damn it.
They pop it? Did they pop it?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
What I made for myself, Hawk, back because I had a pointer.
The cot with that mattress and the protective cover on it, and
I had a pointer for 17 years, and before I got her, I made these, and I'm sitting on it right now. And what I did is I took Cordura nylon, the same stuff they used to make the combat boots, and I made a big. What it is they're 2 pads that zip together to create one, so I can put 2 cots next to each other and have a queen size, or I can use them individually, or you can use it like a couch where you can tip one cushion up. And they're only 4 inches thick, but I use closed cell foam. Now this fabric beads water off of it. They could claw it all day long and it's not going to leave a single mark. You know,
Mhm.
this is something like what you need is.
Yeah,
I know
when
I'm
you
a
come
long
out,
way.
trust me, when you come out, you're gonna be making me some covers.
I wish I was there, man, because I could
Yeah.
do so much.
Yeah, it's yeah, you don't want to be at this place. This place is
Are you kidding me? I'm going to set up a tent and I'm going to lay down in a pile of dogs.
yeah, but this place here is
No, I know.
yeah. When we get
But
to the new
even what
place,
I'm talking about, just having
yeah,
those pads made, you could get the fabric, and I'll pick it for you. You know, make sure it's 100% true Cordura nylon, and then you could take it to like a local upholsterer and have them make your cover up, and then just go buy the foam yourself. And boy, you would love it, Hawk. It's good for old bones. This closed cell foam, it's really it's good stuff.
yeah. So I got to tell you, today I go out and I had my flute in hand, and I go out and I'm sitting in front of the kennel, and I'm playing, and I hear this whining behind me. So I told you guys that Mom dug tunnels for all the puppies to escape out of the greenhouse, right? So turns out that one of the white ones got around the backside of greenhouse number 5 and fell into one of the well pumps areas.
Oh, shoot.
And I'm like looking everywhere. I'm going through the greenhouses. I'm flipping over grow tables, just flipping them everywhere, trying to find this dog. And I go out through the back door. And just as I go out through the back door, I see the little white head popping up out of the well. And it's only, like 3.5, almost 4 feet deep. It's got a big concrete cylinder in there with holes in it. So the water can go into the well, and then the pump, pumps it out, and so I go and I pulled that boy out of there. Okay. And he is laying down outside right now. He's laying down out here. He won't come in the building. It's like after the bed blew up this morning. I think that's probably when he went on his exploration.
Yeah, he might be a good tunnel rat.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm looking for their names, because we did name them, but I have not had the opportunity to use their names yet. and so I'm trying to remember what they are, and my brain I haven't smoked pot in a few days, so I'm like my brain is not thinking the way that it should.
On purpose?
Yeah, sort of. I have it. I have some. I just after a while I get tired of smoking the same exact thing.
Oh yeah. Okay. Take a break and you'll enjoy it a lot more when you go back.
Yeah.
You do that.
Yeah.
Y'all do that.
So I'm thinking that I'm going to end up bringing the 2 white ones in here. I got Flex Seal I'm going to try and fix this bed with. And after I get that situated, I'm going to see if I can possibly get them to start falling in line with the rest of the pack. If they do, then that'll be perfect. But both of them, his sister was laying right next to the well, looking at her brother trying to jump up, like she wanted to help him, but she couldn't do anything.
Fucking Jill.
But I'll tell you, the loves that I got when I pulled them out of that hole it was awesome. I mean, I was like, why didn't you ever love me like this before?
Are they right outside the
Saved
door?
them. You saved them.
Yeah, it's like, but yeah, it's that's why I can't wait to get out of here. I just can't. I can't. I can't wait to get out of here. I can't wait for these dogs to have a place
Yeah.
to really, really just run and be big pains in the ass dogs. Um, you know, but at the same time, to be able to um, really settle in and really start working these dogs, and getting them ready for, for families. It's going to be something else.
Yeah, you'll have permanent stuff more. You'll feel more
Yeah.
at home, right? And wanting to do stuff on the land you'll be at more.
Yeah,
Where,
that's going to be the big thing, is going to be keeping them out from underneath foot when you're trying to, um, you're trying to get things done, and the little ones, like, they run right in front of you. It's like,
yeah,
okay, you got to stop and pay attention, and it's like, no, I got to get to the other side of the yard, you
right.
know, um, and they don't want you going anywhere, um,
Yeah,
but we'll it's always a little bit of work, always.
yeah. One of the first things we did on the property was we built a fenced yard, mostly just for the little dogs. But I don't have as many as you. But we tried to, but once in a while we'll still put the big dogs in the fenced yard, and it's
Hmm.
plenty of room for them for short term. I would not want to keep these dogs in a space like that all the time. I mean, these dogs are, I've had dogs out of control going down to the river for 3 days at a time. I know exactly where they went because we had a tracker on them.
Hmm.
They'll go that far if they can. I got a new pack now. I don't think they've learned that old. I had one pass it to the other, and so trying to keep them without a fenced yard. That's been the thing, but they're better at staying home now than they used to be. Um, but just a fenced yard right off the bat, that could save you so much
Yeah, I
trouble.
kind of want to train them with those Invisifence.
Man, they run right over them. They don't give
Do
a
they?
shit.
That's the
Oh, my
story I heard
Yeah.
my
back
main
in
cat was like,
1986. I
they give
heard this story. This guy I worked with in the art department, right? A fellow artist sat next to me every day at this billboard company I worked at. And he got a new house and he had a new yard put in. And when they put this Invisifence in, they had to come in and dig up his new yard and put it all in place. He said it cost him at the time, I'm talking like 1986, he said it cost him over 2 grand to have his yard done with this fence. He let his
pain in
dog out the
the
first time with that collar on,
ass.
and the dog ran up to the fence, yiped, kept
Oh, man.
going, and never came back.
Mm.
Never came back.
It never came back.
What a burn after $2,000. Dude,
Yeah.
And you don't
ouch.
know the batteries are getting low until they just do that. Just
My neighbors dog, yeah, you're
take
right,
off.
Bonnie. My neighbors have the same thing. They have that invisible fence and they're right on the road at our driveway, and actually two roads, because it's like the one road's right here, you turn, and then their driveway is right there. Those dogs will come charge, 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 and they got those collars on. They stop. They work, and she's had different German shepherds at times too. She's always had like a mixed pack. And I'm
Mhm.
always amazed it works for her. So it does work for some people. And you train your dog so well that I bet that you probably could get it to work for you. Most of them, you might have one ballsy, one real fucking I'm going through, one of those kind of dogs. But if they have all that room to run around and they're all together, they should want to stay together. But they are pack animals. That's why mine, when they take off, all three would be gone for 3 days at a time. It used to
Mm.
freak me out, man. It only happened twice, but the second time it happened, we had that tracker on them, and then my husband put all that wire around the house, and I we turned it up. You can turn it real low. We always had it real low, but I swear we turned it up a little higher. Maybe we didn't turn it all the way up. My neighbor probably has that sucker on freaking 10. You know, she probably does. She probably does.
It's these guys will take off for a couple hours. They could just go to the neighbor's house.
Right.
They do. They go to the old lady over here. She gives them all kinds of stuff.
Right.
Now the first time that they ever went over there, she called the animal control. But it was like while she was waiting for animal control to come, the dogs were so kind and just wanted to be pet, and she was giving them treats. By the time the animal control person got there, she said, I'll just walk him back over to his house. And she did too, But the animal control lady, she stopped by and she said, your dogs can't get out like that. I said, listen, I says, how many people have dogs that dig holes? I said, this is farm ground. Oh, sure, down where the kennel is it's all gravel down here. So they don't, they're not really digging to get underneath the fence here. But when they get up in the big field up there, they'll dig and they'll get underneath there and they go right across the field, right to the farmer's house. It's not like they're going out there and chasing the cows or chasing the horses or anything else. They're going straight to the house. And plus, one of the other neighbors has a an all red German Shepherd. Beautiful, beautiful dog.
I love those.
He knocked one of my girls up. He knocked one of my girls up a couple years
any
back.
Of those copper colored ones?
Yeah. Yeah. It's actually I got one out in the kennel right now.
Nice.
It's just a genetic line. It begins certain distinctives. Distinctions. Begin to manifest themselves. But Gabriel knows every single neighbor. Every single neighbor has been to each and every one of their houses without daddy. But I can walk outside and blow that whistle. And he is back here within 7-8 minutes. I can blow the whistle one time, come in here, sit down in my chair. When I turn this chair around, he's right there. He's like, hey, I'm here. Well, what do you want? I was getting cookies. I was getting treats.
That's right.
You didn't want anything. You just wanted to know where I was. Okay, I'm going back.
Yep. Yeah, they get bored. They're working dogs. Breaks my heart to see someone get a German Shepherd and stick it in a freaking apartment. There's nothing worse. Like,
Or sticking in a cage all day long. What are you doing sticking a dog in a cage all day? Now dogs that are kennel bred inside the house, or kennel trained inside a house, that's one thing. That's so that when the dog goes in, no matter what's going on in the house, that dog always knows that it has its place. Prime example, Jim, I think it's Hodgkins or Hoskins. He comes into chat quite often. He gets up on panel with people. Great guy. Took in a dog that, a German Shepherd that had, come from a different family that just wasn't so good to it. And, when the dog's ready to go to bed, goes right in and lays down in his cage.
Oh, yeah, I've seen that guy. I know who he
is.
is.
Yeah, it's a wonderful dog. And the thing is he doesn't tell the dog that she's got to go into kennel. She chooses to go into the kennel. She could go into the bedroom with him. He said it many times. She could go into the bedroom with me. She could go there, here. She could go there. But she chooses to go into her kennel.
It's a little safe place.
Exactly. And they need to feel that they have that. That they have a space that is theirs. But people who just lock their dogs up all day long because, well, I'm going to go work 18 hours today and I'm going to throw you in a cage, so you don't poop or pee anywhere. That's, you need somebody to come and take your dog out a couple of times, so that the dog knows, hey, the dog knows that he needs to go to the bathroom outside, so give him the opportunity and the ability to go outside. Don't cage him up. That's kind of cool. Now it's I can understand somebody kenneling up a dog while you have guests and you're having a big dinner or something like that.
Right.
Because you don't want the dog begging at the table and things like that. But if you never start them off on people food, then there won't be a desire for people food. As soon as you start giving them little snacks that you're eating and stuff like that, that dog is going to want whatever is on your plate.
Oh yeah.
It's just the way it is. So
I
if
never
you got
had my
10
dogs.
people,
No.
so if you got 10 people eating at your house, that dog is going to go from person to person to person to person to person. Now we had a dog, Val was his name, and he was a Detroit Police Department canine, and this was back in the 60s.
Oh.
And Val got so used to being with us kids that he didn't want to go to work with Dad anymore. Okay, so the department gave him to my dad. Now,
nice.
The first time that my dad locked that dog in the basement, us kids were in the backyard playing. He wanted to be out there with us, so he broke the window and climbed out. There are just some things you can't do to a dog. You wouldn't want it done to you. So don't do it to them. I know what it's like to be locked in a basement. I know what it's like to be locked in a closet for days on end and literally have a peanut butter and jelly sandwich slid underneath the door. That was your food. You had a can. I had a can in the corner. That was my pee and poop can.
Yikes.
Awful. My dad wasn't all there. When he came back from Vietnam, he was not all there. And then the riots in Detroit, that made it even worse. And so he wasn't the same man as when he left to go over there. But it's like you take
when those riots happened, Hawk, I was 45 miles north of Detroit, and it reached all the way up there into the boonies.
Oh yeah, 924 East 2nd Street. That's where we lived at that time. 1 block over from 11 Mile Road.
I was the Quinder ended in our backyard.
It's funny. I had a dream last night. Weird dream that I was looking for Kid Rock on 11 Mile Road.
He grew up in Romeo, right behind me.
Mm-hmm. It was like, what? Why am I looking? And what's funny is I was driving my Prowler, the Prowler that I have around, out here, 4-wheel off-road thing. What the heck?
Dreams are great, man. I look forward to them, man. It's free entertainment. I get them vividly all the time, and I remember them. Apparently a lot of people don't remember your dreams. That's the plus. Some of them will trip you out, but got to take the bad with the good.
Yeah. Frisbee. Oh yeah.
I just told Bonnie and a couple of people just recently, I've been having a lot of dreams of people I've known that have passed away. I'm getting visited in my dreams a lot.
Is it an intellectual conversation, or is it just gaffes and goofing around?
It's like seeing a friend that you haven't seen in a long time, kind of deal.
Mm-hmm. And you usually end up having a deep conversation.
I can't remember the conversations. I can just remember like doing things that were, things we used to do that were fun and,
mm-hmm.
hanging out and
excited.
Well, there is going to be a mass resurrection one day. So got to think about that.
Well, that's what's weird about it is in the dreams, I'm really happy to see these people. Like I know I haven't seen them in a while. So it's like a celebration in my mind of seeing them. But then I wake up, remember the dream, and I'm sad all day.
Yeah, because you know that they're not here no more. Yep.
Well, you know, and yeah, it just reminds you, you know.
Yep.
It actually won't let you forget. It's not that it reminds you, it's that it stays on your mind for hours and hours of that day.
It's the old life that we miss, where we thought everything was okay, maybe.
I don't know. Dreams are cool. I don't really consider even, I don't really have nightmares. I've only ever had one nightmare. But even if they're not good dreams, you know, and they kind of haunt me or whatever, I still appreciate them. You know, it's like all the stuff like you're talking about your childhood, Hog. You know, it's almost like living a different lifetime. So it's
Mm-hmm.
so far in the past, and things were so crazy that even when you know it happened, it's hard to believe. You know, it's like
Yep. Yep.
some years ago, let's say 10 years ago, I went to this lake that I used to live on, and as a kid, I used to swim across this lake on a near daily basis. And I went there to visit that lake, and I'm thinking to myself, I would die trying to swim across that right now.
Mm-hmm.
There's no way I would make it. You know, that's too far. And I'm thinking to
Right.
myself, I was crazy.
I remember learning how to swim at Square Lake, getting thrown out of the rowboat.
Yeah.
Dad
I'm
started
just saying,
paddling
it's
away.
like all that juvenile history of mine. I'll have dreams about running from the cops and all this crazy stuff. You know, it's, I don't know what you'd call that. It's like, I don't know. It's like revisiting a life that seems like it's somebody else's because it's so far in your past, you know,
Yeah,
like a different life.
it was. It was. Can you imagine if things had stayed the same? You know, community wise, family wise, things like that. You know, as we grew, if the if the nuclear family was never destroyed, you know, if the cabal had never been built to the point where it is today, where this country would be, you know.
We were
But
robbed. We've been
yeah,
robbed, man. We're all been robbed. And
yep,
there's the sad part about it is there's a large percentage of people that don't even know what you just said. They
yeah.
never even considered the fact.
But you know, but this is the thing, is that even then, even then, in the 1960s and the early 70s, you know, there was no freedom in the United States. We thought that there was,
True.
but you know, there is nobody alive today that understands the true concept of, you know, true freedom. You know,
No, it's true. It's true. You know, I walked across the United States with a pack on my back, went anywhere I wanted, but I was still stopped by police officers when I was walking a highway.
hmm
Said you can't walk the freeways. And they'd take you and drop you off at an exit or whatever. There were still, you can be, you can go walk the world and you're still not a free man. You're
yeah.
still under somebody's rule.
So let me tell you what true freedom is. 125 years ago, you didn't have to ask permission from the government to collect rainwater, go fishing, own a property, start a business, renovate your home, build a home, use a transportation vehicle, get married, hunt, own a weapon, cut hair, sell a product, protest, grow food on your property, set up a lemonade stand, sell food. You can do virtually none with you can do virtually nothing without being extorted by the government and obtaining their permission first. If you still think you're free, you're deluding yourself. You live in a tax farm as free range humans. Okay.
Absolutely.
Understand what I just read to you guys. Okay.
I
You know,
do. I have for a long
you know,
time.
well, I'm talking to the chat too, of course. You know, understand what I just read to you, because of the fact that, you know, we live in a world now that we believe that what we've been experiences has been some sense of freedom, when in all actuality we haven't been free at all. you know, and I'm hoping at the end of this that we will, in fact, know true freedom and have the opportunity to experience it and share that with our children, our grandchildren, our great grandchildren, so on and so forth. You know, that's my dream for all humans is to be able to experience true freedom for the first time in our lifetimes. You know, so no matter how old you are, how happy you were as a kid, and you thought that you were free and everything else, understand that you were not free. You know,
And going regionally, it was like that for thousands of years in places.
mm, yep.
It was an illusion.
You know, and it's a shame that religion was taking away those freedoms long before our government were taking away those freedoms. You know, but at the same time, we also have to realize that throughout the Bible, politics was in the Bible. You know, politics were there. You know, um, you know, and then you think of taxes. You know, what did Jesus say? You know, render unto Caesar what is Caesar's, render unto God what is God's.
Is that when he flipped the table over?
Yep, yep. You know, they said, do you believe that people should pay taxes? And he wasn't going to get caught up in all that drama that the Sanhedrin was trying to create at that time. You know, and he just said, you know, whose face is on this coin? They said Caesar's. So render under Caesar what is Caesar's. Render unto God, what is God's. So your life, your experiences, your love, your joy, you know, those things that you experience in life, those are God's. That doesn't belong to the government. That belongs to God. That's yours and God's and yours alone. You know, and we have to really, you know, take a step back and understand, you know, the concept of what Christ said then, you know, because, you know, right now we are rendering under, you know, unto the central bank. What is the central bank's? You know,
Devil.
yeah,
A devil.
yeah, pretty much, yeah. You know,
The woman, isn't it the woman that
give the
rides?
devil what is the devil's and give to God what is God's. You know, it is that simple. It really is. Now, is there a way to put that aspect into 100% of our lives? Most oftentimes not. We're lucky if we can get 60 to 70% of rendering what is God's God and what, you know, what is government or whatever, the rest of it. You know, but I believe that we will see. Um, I believe that we are going to experience a state of freedom that we've never had before.
There's
And
always been people in high places and so much money that they'll actually fund both sides of a war.
yep, yep, absolutely. Well, that's why I say there's been no true wars. There's been no real wars. Okay, in our
Every one
country,
of them
other than the
I
Revolutionary War. You know,
which war wasn't started by a false flag event?
none. Every single one of them were triggered by false flag. Every
That's what it
single one of
looks
them.
like. In my studies, that's what it looks
Because
like.
we wanted something from that other country, and that's the reason we went there and blew it to hell.
Right. Exploitation.
That's just a fact.
Yep.
Okay, and that's not to take anything away from our veterans.
Never.
Okay,
Never.
we were duped into it. We were duped into it.
Yeah.
We believed an ideology that led us to make the decisions. Uh, you know, whether it be combat war or or altercation. Okay, you know, it's but none of them should have happened. None of them. Now, the Revolutionary War was an absolute necessity in order to separate us from those people that were sending us to war.
We thought
And
we won.
even after the Revolutionary War, we still had to fight for an additional 8 or 9 years. And oftentimes on the shores of, it was Tripoli and other places.
Well, let's talk about things like the USS Cole, or Remember the Maine, or the warnings they had before December 7th, or the warning, everything we've seen.
Yep.
We've been played, man. We've been played hard.
And they made bank. They made bank. You think about how much money that they made off of all these wars.
Yep.
That's it. They have all the money. The people that are running the show, as long as we've all been into this stuff, it's pretty clear that there's a ruling class that is connected worldwide to a monstrous cabal of a bunch of groups that can make themselves puff up like there's 10 more of each of them, And those ones at the top are old families that have been around through everything we just discussed. Their families have been in control all that time. How can they not be the ones,
So Unspecified V just made a comment. Why do you think they're hiring FBI agents unless you're claiming you adopted 8 kids you're paying? Okay. Let's talk about adoption for a minute. Okay. Some people will pay as much as a couple of $100,000 in order to adopt a child. But there are so many children that are pushed through this system and raised in this system when there are good families that could provide for them. They just can't afford to buy the child.
Yes.
Through that adoption. So why do we charge for adoptions? Sure, I can understand paying money for an investigation to make sure that you're a fit home, and stable parents. That I can understand. That shouldn't be more than a couple of $1,000s at the most. How easy is it to get a police record? How easy is it to get an FBI record? How easy is, you should be able to go into an adoption center, prove what you need to prove, and walk out of there with a child. And you shouldn't be paying for the child.
No.
The child. Right, I got a story for you.
Okay, go ahead.
Did you catch some of what I was talking about earlier about my?
Yes, I did.
All right.
Yep.
During that period of time, while this happened, I was in Traverse City, but I get a call from the Lapeer City Police Department saying that I needed to come and talk to them because I had just left a note on my ex's door during that personal protection order. And I'm like, are you kidding me? I'm at work. I'm in Traverse City. I'm 250 miles away. And they're trying to tell me that a half an hour ago, I put a note on my ex's door breaking the personal protection order.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, are you kidding me? And they're like, no. And anyways, I had to have an FBI handwriting expert and lie detectorist come down because they're accusing me of doing something I didn't do. And I was like, yeah, I'll prove it. So I went ahead and I met this guy in Grayling at the halfway point in Michigan in Grayling. And I met this FBI guy, and we went down in the basement of this courthouse, and he sat at a table across from me with a lie detector machine, and he said he was a handwriting expert, and he had me write out a bunch of words and stuff that he had me copy and stuff. And he looked at the and he said, well, it's clearly not the same, but that doesn't mean it wasn't intended that way. And I said, what are you talking about? He says, all right, you can prove that you were there, but it doesn't prove that you didn't write the letter. So in other words, you could have had somebody else drop the letter that you wrote, which would still be a violation of the personal protection order. I'm like, except that I didn't do that. And there's no evidence saying that I did that, apparently, because you're reaching here. And I went through the whole thing, took the lie detector test and all. And I finally get to in front of the judge over this. And I mean, this FBI guy and me went back and forth. Right. I spoke my mind. All right. And I went in front of the judge and they said, well, and I'm kind of cocky at this point. I'm like, I told you, it wasn't me. I didn't do it. And they said, well, Mr. Fraser, the test come back inconclusive. So after everything I volunteered to do and all the things that I went up there, just opened up, told them everything, completely honest, they had the ability to say that it was inconclusive, that it didn't really count for anything. In other words, if you're winning, if you could prove yourself, they could still just say, yeah, well, it's inconclusive.
Yep.
They're mafia. They're freaking mafia. That's all.
So Newsmax John Gizzi, Gizzi, declares the Pope is dead.
Oh snap!
Whoa!
Really?
Breaking
news. That's kind of a weird timing. One last. What was I going to say about that? Well, I totally sidetracked there.
If you heard the knock, that's what the knock was getting sent to me.
I forgot what I was going to say.
Go ahead. Sorry.
No, I forgot. Now that's a big one. That just wiped my memory.
Yeah, that is a big one. That's a big one.
The Queen and the Pope. How long has it been since the Queen had died?
It's been a month, I think, somewhere around there. But I need to see more on that.
Verify before we go on with that thought.
Yeah, it's because that was
program. Mary Vet said.
And Newsmax does have a.
Sorry.
They do have a Truth Social thing.
The news is that the buzz is that the Pope just died.
I would think that that's the truth, that could be a biblical thing.
That's going to be something if that's true. That's for sure. You can bet for sure that's going to be something.
Yeah. Right behind the Queen.
Yep.
Yeah. Two forms of evil. No doubt about that.
Bring down Pope, take down all this
I'm looking to see if it comes across on their scroll bar, because they have Herschel Walker is doing a debate right now, or is this? So I'm looking to see if it scrolls across their bar that the Pope is dead.
Which Pope? Let's say that. Which Pope?
Yeah, exactly. Because there are three popes. There's always three popes. There's been three
but
popes.
There's also one living that's stepped down, isn't there?
Oh, that. Yes. Yeah, that was. I don't know. I stopped following their names after Pope John Paul.
I know it's hard to keep track of those names for me too, but I'm just saying it could be
lying up,
It's just that we've been fed these things for so long. You know that you got to get the whole story before you can run with it.
Yeah. So I'm going to go to newsmax.com. Because they have a breaking
news. Have you ever thought
section.
about your soul? Can it be saved? Or perhaps you think that when you were dead, do you stay in your grave? Would you like to see the Pope on a rope? Do you think he's a fool?
No.
Wow.
Yeah, I'm not seeing anything there.
You know, when Black Sabbath said that about the Pope in the 70s, I thought that was wow. Are they evil? What are they saying? Who could have imagined that the Pope could be a bad guy? Man,
Yeah.
Black Sabbath knew something before we all knew it. Back in the 70s.
Remember when Sinead O'Connor went on Saturday Night Live and freaking tore up
Oh
the
yeah.
shit? I was like, what is she doing? Turned out that wasn't such a bad idea after all.
I think Ozzy was trying to tell us something in the 70s.
Oh, you're always thinking
A
those
lot of them were.
guys are telling us something.
So
You're always
Oh, I am, MID. I love you.
the hidden messages in the rock and roll.
Hey, can you blame me? I mean, let me. They have got us questioning everything. So how in the world can you just believe anything?
You're right. You can't. You can't.
That song I played last week, For What It's Worth.
Yeah.
There's something happening here.
Mm-hmm.
What it is ain't exactly clear. There's a man with a gun over there telling me I've got to beware. Think it's time we stop, children. What's that sound? Everybody look what's going down. Buffalo Springfield.
Listen to that message, though.
Cindy's saying there's nothing on the Vatican News Live, and you would think that there would be something on that.
Yeah, yeah.
I think so.
So that's whoever tweeted that was stretching it just a little bit. Who was it? Brian Clare posted that. I'm not sure what platform that was done. But I don't see anything about this John Geezy announcing anything where it comes
I
to
just
Newsmax.
saw a news report just a day or two ago. The Pope dressed in red for something. I just don't remember what it was.
Is
The
the
Red
Pope
Pope.
dead? Meh, I'm asking Google. No.
So is that the
See?
reason?
That's what
in
I
that
mean,
one-
man. We can't believe anything anymore.
Yeah.
Not you just gotta double check everything. Triple check it.
After I said BitChute, I thought, oh, never mind. The Pope's been dead for 2 years on BitChute.
Right. Right. And Hillary like 26 times.
Oh, for reals. For reals. Yep.
Yep. I'm not seeing absolutely anything.
Well, then.
Oh, well.
There is a shocking twist and mystery of Vatican girl Emanuela Orlandi, 15, as PAL claims she was abused by someone close to the Pope. 15-year-old girl.
The thing with the Pope is it's none of my business. How's that go? Vengeance is mine,
And
saith
who
the
did
Lord.
you just mention? Who did you just mention? Sinead O'Connor. What's one of the articles that just came up? This computer is listening because she was deemed mad and unpredictable the day Sinead O'Connor tore up a photo of the Pope on Saturday Night Live. Right here on my screen. Here, let me.
AF.
Oh yeah, this is so that
The
people know.
AI heard you.
I am not kidding. Here you go.
I
Pull
hate
that up, Bonnie.
I know they do. I know it do.
And you guys will see what my search was and everything.
I haven't seen mention of that story in over 10 years.
Right?
So that's
right there. My question is the Pope dead? Okay.
Hey, can we watch it or is it copywritten? Can we watch it without sound? I'd like to.
I'm not sure if I'm not sure if it'll actually have a video or not.
No.
Yeah, it appears just to be an article. I'm not seeing.
It's been a while. That was some stuff when that happened. Wasn't that the 80s? I feel like I was still.
Yeah, that was.
I was like 16 or 17.
1985.
Yeah.
Yeah. 1985.
Blew my mind. I mean, I grew up Catholic. I was like, who is this chick? What is she saying? But I knew her.
1985 was an exceptionally good year for me.
And
Yeah.
I did not know that Nothing Compares to You was actually a Prince song.
I
Oh, that
don't
he wrote and she
that either.
Yeah.
sang?
I don't
Yeah.
remember that either. I don't think I ever knew that. Mm-mm. Yeah, I don't remember him singing it.
I was in my 20s and living life high on the hog.
With all your women, you little gigolo.
One woman at that time.
Gigolo.
I've only ever had one at a time, D.
Yeah, I know. That's cool. I love that about you.
Yeah.
Been offered more than one at a time and turned it down.
Yeah, we know, gigolo. I'm just kidding. I wish I could remember that song we were singing when your stream got taken down. You don't remember that, Bonnie, but it was on yours. It was some really old.
I don't remember nothing.
Yeah, you were in on it too, I'm sure.
See, I would think that one of these news outlets would actually have,
Yeah.
if he died, that they would have it on there now. You know, it wouldn't be.
It could be somebody that got a hold of a hot news story and let it out soon, too soon.
Yeah.
So within the
Oh, you
next
mean like
few
Tower
hours
7
after
falling?
that,
You mean like Tower 7 falling?
yeah, exactly, that type of thing. You know, but we'd know that within hours.
Yeah. The U.S.
Maybe
News.
maybe that put a link for the
Oh, here we go. Snakes on a plane. Snake
Yeah.
discovered on United flight from Florida to New Jersey. He
Oh,
just
my
did
goodness.
new location. You know, it's the geographical cure. I mean, if humans can have it, why can't he? Yeah.
No. Blessings, Kush Select.
Excuse me.
Good to see you. Cindy, good to see you, honey. Love you.
Yeah. Nothing there.
I
I'm
will
pretty
sometime.
good at catching snakes.
Oh, maybe that just linked the video.
He just linked the video for.
Somebody did for Sinead O'Connor. Good night, Jenny.
Oh yeah,
I love
yeah. That
you.
was Pope John Paul. Yeah.
Maryland girl.
I read that story earlier.
Yeah. Christian Smart.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, and look at how long it took for her to get some sense of justice, and even then, it's probably not all. You know, probably not all the justice that she deserves.
Yeah.
Brother Kush, good to see
Okay.
you.
So the white female, her name is Willow, and the boy is Uriel,
I've been seeing him missing and praying. Is he dead? Did they find him dead?
named after another one of
Yes.
the archangels. Yeah.
And the mother is guilty?
Yes. Well,
Is that what
she's
you're
the
saying?
number one suspect.
Which
Yeah. Did you see the Oklahoma one? I mean, it's just daily crazy stuff happening.
that mother's love wax cold thing, when that woman was on this front, I got a picture of her. You guys probably saw that pregnant woman when they were protesting over the Roe v. Wade, and she was holding a baby in one hand and she had her pregnant belly showing, and she had wrote on it, "This is not a life yet." Did you
I
guys
think
see
I've
that?
seen that picture.
That's when I went, oh hell, we're totally got to be in the last days. There ain't no doubt about it now. A mother's love could wax that cold. She's holding a baby in one hand, and
Whatever
this,
happened to those old guys that used to have the signs tied around them? And you say the end is near, and they'd walk back and forth. And
Last time I seen that was in Eugene, Oregon at a Grateful Dead concert when I walked out of my last Grateful Dead concert. Matter of fact, those guys were always at the Dead shows. They were in
What year was that? What year was it? I haven't seen one of them guys in a long time.
It was 1994, I believe.
Kush. I've seen
1990.
you in a little bit.
But those guys were in Chicago too. They were in with Alpine Valley, walking around there, and where did I go to? Michigan, Milwaukee, Wisconsin, some indoor theater. They were always at the Dead shows. Now I know why.
But why ain't they saying the end is near now? It's more screwed up than it ever was.
Those were older men. A lot of them were real older men that I saw.
They were too. Now you say that, they were old men.
They were older men, yeah, that I saw. A couple of different ones. But they had the full on freaking billboard, right? Had, walking from front and back.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I've seen them. I remember one time I was walking into Oakland Coliseum for a Dead show in the 90s, and this guy was screaming at us, "You're walking into hell! You're walking into hell! This is Satan's playground!" I mean, he scared the shit out of me.
I think I met that guy too.
I mean, I still went to the concert. I was like, well, I paid my tickets. I'm going to hell, okay? And I didn't ever care for those songs, Hell in a Bucket, and
Living easy, love and free. Season ticket on a one-way ride. Asking nothing, leave me be.
That ain't the
Yeah.
Grateful Dead demo.
No, but you said you were on the highway to hell.
Yeah, that's right. I was too. But Jesus plucked me out of the depths of the miry clay and set my
Did you see
feet.
the comparison where it shows the stairway to heaven and the highway to hell, and they say, well, that kind of shows you what they're expecting numbers wise?
No, I didn't see it.
Mm.
What do you mean?
Well, stairway to heaven versus the highway to hell, which one can carry more traffic? Come on, D. That was supposed to be one of those deep things.
Well, the road is narrow, man. That's what I know. The road is narrow.
Yep,
Did you
I'm
see
not
the
trying
other one where it's the two rockers wearing the AC/DC and the Led Zeppelin shirt, and they get to the merge in the road? He says, well, later, dude, I guess this is where we part ways. One's the highway to hell, the other one's the stairway to heaven. Get it?
Yeah.
Yeah, I get it. I get it.
See if
Amen.
DVC maybe has something, because I'm not seeing it on any of them.
Now it's
Was it wrong to get excited over that for a second, Hawk?
No,
Actually, no, because we know that he needs to go. But at the same time, we want to make sure that we're accurate. So, folks, we do not know for a fact that the Pope is dead until we see some corroborating news, and don't go telling everybody else.
It wasn't a happy excitement. It was more of like a shock excitement.
Yeah.
Right. We do not gloat when our enemy falls.
Yeah, I'm trying to analyze my reaction to that, but I thought we better verify.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
always.
That's why I'm
Always.
looking.
Lots of fake news stories out there. Channels, even, right?
I was hoping that Reuters would come up, or Reuters, or whatever the hell it's called. Breaking international news. Let's try that.
Hey, wow, you just reminded me of something. It was probably 6 months ago. But one of those smaller news outlets, and I believe it was a United Kingdom news outlet, said something about the Queen dying. Long before then she actually died. Does anybody else remember that? Hearing just where somebody had accidentally released a story that they may have pre-drafted. Might have been
Mhm.
more than 6 months ago.
Well, I wouldn't doubt that the Queen was on ice for a while.
I know.
You know,
Did you
that's
see
just
that carriage where they had her image in
mhm.
the carriage, that like a light show? That right there, that's something you do as a memorandum.
No, what did they do in the carriage?
There was this thing where they said it was the Queen in this, one of those Buckingham Palace carriages, the fancy ones, and it was clearly a holographic image of her in that carriage.
Oh, really?
Hmm.
Oh.
And we
To
have
me,
been
it was
seeing that, and we have been seeing that with Pope, where he'd turn around and then poof, he just disappeared. You know.
oh, I remember that too, up in the window.
More and more people are saying in my circles they think that T's been hid away and all of these have been doubles. They don't think he's even been out for the last couple years. I don't know about that. Sounds crazy.
Yeah.
Why would it be
Yeah,
a
it's not. Yeah,
forbidden?
I've gone through what 20 different publications now, and still nothing.
No.
You know.
And that they use CGI for T2 and that both
Oh,
sides
here's
use
Reuters.
T CGI, which is
Yeah,
crazy.
and see, Reuters is not reporting it yet, and generally they are one of the first that would be putting something out because they send out a wire to all of the all of the newspapers and everything else.
Yeah, they're the first of the Mockingbird, aren't they?
Well, they're pretty much the start of it. Yeah.
Yeah. Them and what's Huffington's again? I forgot hers.
Let's see. Breaking.
Huffington Post. She's always got some narratives going.
I missed a bunch of chat.
Mm-hmm.
I can't read it right now. Are y'all?
Somebody was I think I just saw somebody yelling at me for missing chat.
Oh, you're probably in trouble. I saw a few things in there. Not much though.
Sometimes it's hard to keep up with chat and carry on a conversation or listen to a conversation.
Yes.
Anna was daring me to do something. I don't even know what she was daring me to do.
No one's an enemy just because they don't have a wrench. Some of us don't want wrenches either.
I'm just closing that dang chat. They're all mad at me.
Oh yeah, just ignore it. You're better off. Just kidding. I love you, chat. You know I read it. I read it. But I ignore any drama. That's my MO.
It's funny you say that because I spent a good portion of my life trying to avoid drama, and it's not always easy to do.
No. It'll come to you. We're so thankful we got our van and our trailer back. Everything was in it. Everything was in it. I doubt that kid's wallet and money was in it. I'm sure he lost it. But
I'm glad you got it back.
me too. I knew
Yep.
we'd get it back.
Even on Vatican News, absolutely nothing.
Nah. It would be there. It would be there.
Yep.
We need a mountain. We need a mountain hawk. We need a big mountain for everybody who wants to leave where they are and go to create a commune. We'll grow vegetables and weed and make our own alcohol and live like they did 100 years ago.
Yeah, it'd be nice.
The problem with the mountain I'm on is I'm so open that one airstrike is like done. You know, it's like you need a side of a mountain almost, or
You need the whole mountain because you want all four sides.
You just got to dig into the mountain.
Yeah.
well, I don't want it's rock. We're on rock. This is rock. I mean, it's possible. I like my houses though. I want to dig a dugout shelter and live in the ground. Seriously,
Oh, I'd love a Hobbit house.
I'd
They're
rather
awesome.
be dead. No, I'm not going to live like that. Right?
Maybe I should be that guy now, Anna.
Oh, that could be your new thing. You always go out with don't remember, kids, the end is near. No, that's not very positive. Don't do that. But I kind of like it. Could you say it in your deep manly voice, please?
The end is near.
The end is near.
Oh, wow, those strike chords, guys. Ladies, did you hear that?
Mm-hmm.
Bonnie, you're blushing through the camera.
Freedom is at hand. Those are the words I want to hear. Freedom.
Yeah.
True freedom is at hand. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I got to get off here and get some sleep before the puppies come barreling in again.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm going to rest while I can. You guys have a great night. It was great hanging out with you. Good conversation as always.
Love you, Hawk. Good night.
But puppies are doing good. Those of you who missed the latest puppy video, it's up on 15. So
cool.
if you want to see it,
You
go watch.
missed the one,
Yeah.
huh?
Yeah, it's a mess, but
Probably not on that one yet.
Yeah. Good night. Be good.
Thank you, Hawk. Good night.
What? Are you on a mountain, Camo?
What'd you say?
Are you on a mountain?
I wish.
Mountains in Michigan.
Well, I lived at the highest altitude in lower Michigan for 20-something years. I got to stay on a mountaintop out in Virginia for a while. Guy that had a lot of acreage and an abandoned tobacco farm, really old one. Let me have hunting rights to it.
Yeah, they can grow tobacco and ginseng. My aunt and uncle had a farm in Wisconsin. They bought an old farmhouse when I was real little, and he had a tractor. And he said there was some people growing weed on his corner, you know, and he was growing.
Funny you said something about the tobacco, because that place had a bunch of tobacco shacks across the property, you know, and there was 50-year-old tobacco still in some of them drying racks.
Wow.
But they're always full. those tobacco shacks were full of black widow spiders.
Oh,
I mean,
no, thank you.
one shack you'd see 50 black widows, big ones.
No, thank you. I could do without those. No. Yeah, those are here too. Black widow and brown recluses. I've never seen a brown.
Seen them bigger in more quantity than in those tobacco shacks.
Yes. Yeah, where was I at? San Diego has an old West San Diego. Well, they keep them super dark, don't they? That's why.
I walked into a couple of those shacks, and you could see plants that look like they're glowing in the darkness. They would get just enough light to live, but they would have no pigments. They'd be like a white color, and in the pitch dark, they kind of look like they glow.
Does anyone have Hawk's latest channel? Could you please drop it?
I know he's up to 19 at least, but he did do a video on 15.
So it's called Hawk's Mustard Seed.
And I
15.
think he's usually been coming in 17. Was he 17 tonight? I don't know.
Well, I don't know. I'm gonna have to go back and check, but I was still,
Yeah,
I
but I
still
don't
stay,
know.
I stay sub to his old ones too, because he can maybe use those again in the future.
Right.
Yes.
Yes. That's what I did. I just went back to Channel 4 after 6 months of 2 strikes. I'm sorry, 2. I just went back to Channel 2. And Kino's keeping up with me pretty good. And Carlo, wait, I get names mixed up. Kino knows. I was trying to say it earlier. So yeah, I'm on Channel 2 right now. So yeah, it is cool to be able to go back to that one because that one has a lot more.
What people like Hawk and you should do, excuse me, is you know how you do the group messaging on Messenger, right?
Mm-hmm.
Just post your stream link in a group messages that you choose who you'd want to notify that you're going to go, because that way, because they don't give us notices on all the channels. If
Maybe that.
if you use D Humboldt 4 for months, and I was watching you on there, when you go
Yeah.
to D Humboldt 4 or 5, they're not even going to show me you're doing anything. I miss it completely. But if
Yeah.
you guys could message ahead of time that you're active on a channel you used to be or on a new channel in Messenger, then
Yeah.
everybody would get that information and not miss the shows.
Messenger and Facebook, you mean?
Yes.
Thank you for that.
Oh,
You know,
gotcha.
you can do group messaging where you could pick who you'd want to
Oh no,
notify and
you
you
don't.
put.
No, 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 no. You never seen
And
this, Steve? You never see. You ever
Or
see?
then you can do it with that email thing. You could do it in the
Yeah,
email.
email would be best. No group text. Never. Don't ever include me in a group text, please.
Well,
Ever.
I don't do them, but I get invited
Good.
to enough of them.
Don't ever do it.
yes.
I get out of them immediately. I can't stand group text. You ever see Steve Carell, the Steve Carell GIF where he goes, "No, no, 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 no." And the first time it was over group text. Oh man. Thank you, Navy Vet 103. Awesome. There is the channel. Sweet. Puppies. Puppies, puppies, puppies. Yeah, we watched. I think I've seen 2 or 3. I think I've seen 3 puppy bursts.
Well, faith by nature is just assuming things. What makes you think we don't grow?
I grow medicinal. You all need to learn. Oh, faith by nature. Yes, that I would say so. Faith by nature. Give the benefit of the doubt here. You have found us for a reason, honey. I live in Humboldt County, you know, and Hawk has been helping people with RSO for many, many years. We're all
And
pretty
I
sick.
like big buds and I cannot lie.
Big butts drive me nuts. Wrangler butts drive me nuts. I'm sorry, I don't know where that came from.
Sure you don't.
I don't know. Tired, Bonnie?
I'm getting there, yes. That's what I was thinking. Okay, it's
Checking in with you.
2:30 here.
Well, you made it till like 3:30 the other night, didn't you?
I know, and I paid for it the next day, and
Ouch.
My mom's got a cardiologist doctor tomorrow,
Oh, yeah.
and hopefully
You're in control.
Doggy's still breathing in the morning.
Are you driving your mama or doesn't you're not at her house, are you? You're over there.
No,
No.
no. Um, I think my granddaughter is
Nice.
going with her to see what they say.
Oh,
Mostly it's so we get the truth from the doctor because my mother will play it down and not remember a whole lot of things.
Yeah. I need to go to the doctor with my mom next time. I should have went with her this week. She went this week, but she's still pretty good. But she don't tell me much. I just always ask her, "Are you dying yet?" And she says, "No." I say, "Okay, we're good."
That used to be true with me, but
Yeah.
something happened with my sleep habits. Y'all keeping me up all night with all this crazy stuff y'all been talking about for the past 3 years that I've been listening to.
That's
And
true.
you keep coming back for more.
Yep.
I'm just sleep, anyways. I bet you Brock is watching and D Dog and some other constitutional movers and shakers. They ain't sleeping. Oh no, wait, this might be when D Dog sleeps. He does have a schedule, like between
Well,
2 and 3 in the morning and
oh
10,
really?
like that.
Because I know
No,
used
later.
to his alarm would go off at 6 a.m. to tell him to go to sleep.
Be up all night. Oh my gosh. Yeah, so that Zoom meeting was over a while ago, I think. Just saying.
Oh,
I don't think, but maybe it's still going on.
like crazy stuff. Well, I keep watching your little drops, maybe, but
Those lurkers may be sleeping. Yeah. I know
Well,
one
she
who's
does good stuff.
passing out.
yep.
She's on the East Coast. What do you expect?
Yeah, Dee's not tired. It's only midnight there.
Man, I'm gonna take all this stuff off this hot tub and get in it as soon as this show's over though. I don't care. I will I will be tired. I make myself get tired. I have to.
Well, I did a prayer at the beginning, and
Did you?
yes, because we never did do that last night.
Well, I've been praying for Liberty Cowgirl a lot. She's been real sick, and she knows that.
Yeah.
But yeah, you want me to pray us out? Is that what you're asking? You
Oh, I
asking?
was wondering if y'all wanted to see my ending
Oh
video
yeah, of
for me.
course. Yeah.
Really? All
Yeah.
right.
Well, I'm going to jump down. You ladies have a good night. I love y'all. See
I love
y'all
you,
chat somewhere
Camo.
soon.
Love you guys in chat.
Love you, Carl. Thank you.
Insomniacs tonight.
I have to be muted for it.
I know. I'm just reading the chat for you. We'll see.
Okay.
Watch it. Good night, joyful. May peace and harmony find you all. What a beautiful blessing to close out in. That's wonderful. Yes, may peace and harmony find you all. Keep your eyes on Jesus, not the waves. One day at a time. And you are loved. Good night. Love y'all.
What was that? No telling. Good night, everybody. Thank y'all for joining us.
Maranatha.
Well, God bless.
Much love.